was there last, just before the
No, no,
COVID.
no. Yeah, I left there many years ago.
We
Don't
lost
worry.
David. We lost David. I think he pressed the wrong choice.
Oh, yeah, there was a it just went live, so we'll get him back. Yeah,
He'll be back. Yeah.
he'll be back. Yeah.
David, in one of our Reach Out and Touch Space panels, we got to have one of your associate editors join us on Astro Radio in the UK.
Who was with you?
I'm trying to remember her name. It's
Allison?
she's involved in curating the Space and Beyond packages. It might be Allison. I'm trying to find the name because I have it in my notes. I just can't
Could
find
have
it.
been Allison or Caitlin or
Caitlin.
Haley.
It was
One
Caitlin.
of the- Caitlin. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, good. Well, I'm glad to hear that.
We had a blast. We were chatting all about kind of the state of periodicals and astronomy magazines these days.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, so much that was terrible, happened last year, of course, but, as we've talked about here before, it exploded the hobby. I think after people cycled through Netflix for a couple of months, they were basically stuck at home. There was quite a boom, in amateur astronomy, which normally you only see with a terrifically bright comet, so, or
Like last summer.
David's exception, the one exception to that in the last 40 years has been the impact of Shoemaker-Levy 9 into Jupiter also had that effect. But last year we had the hobby was enriched with a huge influx of new interest. So things are going very, very well.
I will be plugging your Space and Beyond box with the moon flashcards today.
Well, thank you very much.
Nice.
I love these because we've been doing crater sketching up here in Montreal a lot, and I print out high resolution images and everything, but just having the flashcards and being able to put them in little frames at people's tables when they're sketching, it's so useful.
Oh, good. I'm really glad to hear that. They seem to be popular.
Yep.
And I think there are many more sets of those coming on down the road.
Excellent.
Cameron, what I was trying to say before I was thrown off of the web here is that I'm sorry I didn't see you when I was at the Aurora 360 thing just before the COVID thing. Yeah, maybe next time.
Oh yeah, that's right. Actually, David, I hadn't been back to Yellowknife for many years. I was. It was back in the 70s when I was last there.
Oh, geez.
So it was, yeah, exactly. So it was many years ago. But I do remember as a child looking up, even probably I was maybe 5 years old or so, and looking up and looking outside the car window and seeing the aurora borealis right overhead, like super bright and casting shadows. There was some very impressionable Northern Lights views up in Yellowknife when I was a child.
Well,
And,
Cameron, where are you living now?
I live in Seattle. Yeah, so I was in Toronto for a couple of years, and then Vancouver, Dallas, and then Bay Area, and now Seattle.
It turns out that on my way to Yellowknife in 2019, I went through Seattle. It was the last time I was in Seattle.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
I should get there from time to time.
Oh, cool. Well, I have to see. I was in Arizona actually a year and a half ago. I went to a conference just before COVID hit, and that's when that was my last travel actually before COVID shut down a lot of the travel. And I was in January 2020, so I was in your neck of the woods. And but yeah, would love to see you sometime in person.
Yeah, me too.
Yep. And I think we're going to get there with this, I think we're now they're doing boosters and stuff, but I think we'll get through this COVID. It's kind of learning the ropes, and, other countries are trying to figure it out, of course, for themselves. But I think that it's going to run its course, and we're probably going to live with different variants of COVID for a while, but I think we're getting the procedures down to make it so that, with masking and vaccination, I think we can function again and see each other again.
Yeah,
Cameron,
I agree.
it's up near Yellowknife. It for a long time it was in Western Australia, but now more recently in the last few years, it's up near Yellowknife, where some of the oldest rocks on Earth that are exposed, of course, up on the surface, have been discovered up in that region where you're
Actually-
from there.
Actually, David, you were right on. In fact, the name Yellowknife, where that come from, is because of the tribe up there is, the yellow, there's gold on the surface. And there is every type of mine up there. In fact, that's what bringing everyone up there. Geologists, I mean, they have copper, silver, gold, diamond, every type of mineral. And of course, from Yellowknife is kind of a hub for the geologists going up to the Arctic to look for oil and all that type of stuff. So it's a major yeah, you're right. It's a geologist's dream, that area.
I
It's,
bet
and
it
then, of
is.
course,
I really enjoyed being there and seeing the northern lights right at sunspot minimum. They're
yeah,
not supposed to be northern lights, and the Earth said, "I'm very sorry, but I have to give you a display anyway."
yes. As a kid, they had this other other crystal. They call it fool's gold up there. There was a lot of that.
Right.
Lots of
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that's very common stuff. Yep.
Yeah, that's all over the place. As kids, we would always play with that and pretend it was
Yeah.
gold.
Well, it looks very much like gold, thus the nickname. But it's
Yep.
iron sulfide. Really
Yes.
is what that. Yeah,
Yeah,
iron and sulfur.
it tends to go in veins, right? You have like veins of it
Yes.
going through. Yeah.
And part of the confusion for the old miners in the old days is that just like gold, it forms very frequently in veins of quartz that run along, subsurface. So it forms in a lot of the same places as actual gold does as well, just to make things extra confusing.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's really neat. And of course, all the different chemical processes to separate all those ores, right? For
Oh
extraction.
yeah. Yep.
It's really fascinating, actually. Yep.
David, I'm curious. What role does anaerobic bacteria play with the various oxides and stuff that exist today?
Well, their microorganisms of a whole variety of sorts played a huge role. And in fact, you can look up, there's an event about 2.6 billion years ago that was called the Great Oxygenation Event, or the Great Oxygen Event, which was the point on Earth's, for a long time, for more than 1 billion years, all the life on Earth was just microbial, of course. And by the time oxygen producing microbes produced a critical amount of oxygen such that there was a lot of free oxygen in the atmosphere, that transformed life on Earth and also tripled the number of mineral species from about 1,500 to about 5,000 or so that are known now, because oxygen, of course, which is good for us as living beings, and for everything, of course, is extremely highly reactive, so it likes to react with other elements. So that made a huge number of more oxides and other kinds of minerals, as well as pushing life forward in addition. So the GOE, as it's called, was a major important point in the history of Earth.
That really ties together with Dr. Barth had a session on Monday about that, about the changing of the chemical composition of the atmosphere from the microbial life and affecting, actually oxygen is toxic to that certain microbe.
Yes.
And, yes.
But if not for the microbes producing a huge amount of free oxygen, we wouldn't be here, among other events that happened. So yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Well, I'm busy sharing to various groups I'm going to share it to the Dogs and Cats of Space and Astronomy, which is, I just love the name. It's not a huge group, but quality people belong to this group. So,
I saw a little while ago when we were talking about other things that Sybella had a cat of astronomy there.
yes, she did. That's right. That's right.
So mammals other than humans are represented on the broadcast here.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, that's not
Here
bad.
is Mr. Cat.
Oh, there you go. There's the
Welcome,
kitty.
Mr. Cat.
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah.
Scotty,
Sybella,
is this the 58th GSP tonight?
Is number 58. Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's what I thought.
For 58. Can you believe that? We have done 58 global star parties.
That's awesome.
When I look back on it in the, some of the marathon ones that we did, in particular, the Great Conjunction,
Oh yeah.
that was something. So,
Actually, that's how I found you guys.
He really, I mean, he hung in there for the duration of the whole thing. So I was like, wow.
It's nice Steve is on tonight.
Is that your Astro cat, Sybella?
Yes, she's stolen my chair.
Will she be giving the presentation tonight?
I don't know. She might help.
She might help. Okay. All right.
Her name's Maddie.
Maddie. Nice cat.
That's cute. Like how she phases in and out of the universe.
Yeah. Right.
So Karim, I forgot you work at the university, right?
At Cesar, it's basically the equivalent to last year high school, first year university.
Excellent.
It's a transitionary college. It's only in Quebec they have these.
So you must be, now it's getting to the next year. So
We
must be a
start
lot
on
of
Monday.
action. Yeah,
We
you
start on
Monday.
Monday. Yeah. And they just announced last Monday that we'll be in person. So we're switching all of our first 4 to 6 weeks of activities that were planned online now into in person again.
All right.
Yeah.
That's going to be, I think, we're kind of, my daughter is going to her senior year, and she had a virtual year and junior year, and now senior year she's going back, and I think they're going to be ready. I think they'll be.
We are putting a lot of effort in, all of us, to be ready. I know I've talked to several teachers at different schools, and everybody's really trying hard. It's a lot to change, but I think we all feel it's a needed change. So.
Yep. Yeah, it's
Curious
important.
about something, Karim. The technology of teaching, online, will that carry over or will it stop?
That's the big question. I actually was just talking to one of my colleagues who's a couple of hours away, he used to be doing in-person visits to my class every fall. And we were chatting because it's a lot for him to find somebody to take his classes, leave his research behind for a day or two sometimes, and just be able to come spend time with the students and go back. And it's hard when we can't line up multiple classes for him to visit. So I'm going to find a way for him to do just a Zoom call into the class this time around.
Sure.
And see if it has, but it doesn't have the same impact all the time, right? So one neat thing is you can have experts from anywhere call in and be your Zoom visitors or your Zoom experts to come in and talk about certain things. So I'm going to take advantage of that. And I'm going to have mentors set up for some of my project teams from even overseas.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
And actually, one neat thing that I can talk about, I guess, now is I've gotten acceptance to be part of the Fox Telescope project for my outreach and teaching. So I now have access to Southern Hemisphere telescopes through the LCO.
Oh,
Well, that's
congratulations.
wonderful, Karim. Congratulations.
Thank you. Now I just got to figure out how to fit everything in. So many fun projects.
Remember what Bart Bach used to say? All the good stuff's in the Southern Hemisphere.
It
That
really
wasn't-
seems like it.
It wasn't too much of an exaggeration.
Yep.
Astronomers using archival data from NASA's Hubble Space Telescope found evidence of water vapor in the thin atmosphere of Jupiter's moon, Ganymede. Ganymede is the largest moon in our solar system, larger than Mercury and Pluto and 3/4 the size of Mars. It's an ice-covered world that may hold more water than all of Earth's oceans combined. But unlike Earth, Ganymede's oceans are below its 100-mile thick, icy crust. Ultraviolet images taken in 1998 and 2010 using Hubble's Space Telescope imaging spectrograph revealed bands of charged particles at Ganymede similar to Earth's polar auroral ovals, the regions that give us our northern and southern lights. But the two observations revealed differences in Ganymede's auroral bands over time. The researchers thought these differences were due to the presence of atomic oxygen, or single oxygen atoms, in Ganymede's atmosphere. Atomic oxygen affects one of the wavelengths of ultraviolet light the scientists were looking at. In 2018, researchers used Hubble's cosmic origin spectrograph to measure the amount of atomic oxygen in Ganymede's atmosphere. They compared the 1998, 2010, and 2018 data. To their surprise, the 2018 data revealed hardly any atomic oxygen in Ganymede's atmosphere. There had to be another explanation for the differences in the aurora images. Ganymede's surface temperature varies widely throughout the day, and around noon, near its equator, it may get warm enough for surface ice to release water molecules. Instead of melting and forming liquid water, the icy surface warms and changes from a solid directly to a gas, a process called sublimation. Looking back at the original images, the team discovered the differences they observed in Ganymede's auroral bands are related to where water vapor would be expected in the moon's atmosphere. Understanding the Jovian system and unraveling its history, from its origins to the possible emergence of habitable environments, will provide us with a better understanding of how gas giant planets and their satellites form and evolve. Along with learning more about Jupiter and its mysterious moon Ganymede, this exciting new discovery has brought us closer to understanding our own place in the universe.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from the Explore Alliance and Explore Scientific, and welcome to the 58th Global Star Party. Our theme is moons and moonlets, but that theme can take us anywhere in the solar system, or for that matter, anywhere in the universe. When we look back in the history of astronomical observations of moons, of course, there's much lore and much fascination with Earth's moon, but it was, I believe, beginning of January 1610, that Galileo observed moons going around Jupiter. It took him about a week to sort of figure it out, but this realization and this discovery, changed the entire face of astronomy, and really, I think, launched the modern era of astronomy with, telescopic instruments. So I think it's an apropos topic and theme for this particular star party. We've had Jupiter is coming to opposition. We've got, Saturn just passed opposition. And if you have been watching either one of those planets, you've been also watching its moons in their orbits. And so I've always been fascinated by the moon. A story I will tell you is on one particular night at Palomar Observatory, they had a 60-inch, they still have a 60-inch telescope up there. And I was with an astronomy club, and we were in line to look at different astronomical objects. The telescope operator first turned it on the moon, and there was it looked like a spotlight of light hitting the floor of the observatory through the eyepiece, okay? And all these, pretty much dyed-in-the-wool amateur astronomers, avoided looking at the moon because they just go, the light's too strong. I don't know if they thought their eyesight would be hurt, but, I knew that it's just reflected sunlight, so couldn't hurt any more than looking at mountains during the daytime. And indeed, when I looked through the 60-inch without any filtration on, it was just amazing seeing gentle rolling hills, thousands and thousands, probably tens of thousands of craters in an eyepiece field of view at the same time. So that's had an effect on me my entire amateur astronomy life. And so I'm sure all of us have various stories and impressions about the moons in our solar system, of which I think there's over 200 have been discovered. Is that right, David?
Yep.
Something in that neighborhood. I think we'll still discover more. They are finding also moons around exoplanets. And of course, there are the moonlets that are, in our solar system, and eventually they'll find them in exoplanets as well, I'm sure. But for now, I will turn this star party over to David Levy. David is, we were all talking earlier, maybe you've heard some of the conversation, but we were all talking about us getting out to star parties, and which we all want to do. But also the challenges of this pandemic. And as you start to venture out at star parties and stuff, be safe. That's what we'd like for you to do. And, we all hope to see you out under the stars sometime in person. David, I'll turn this over to you, my friend. And thank you for coming yet to another Global Star Party.
Well, thank you, Scotty, and David, and everybody. And it's good to be back, and welcome back, Scotty.
Thank you.
I think we should all know that the Astronomical League has its annual convention Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and it's online. You need to register, but it's free. And I hope all of you right now, even now, instead of my talk, just go and register for it and be there. It starts at 3:00 Eastern time on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And I've been given a 35-minute window to give a presentation that I'm going to give. And I'm going to let you in a little bit of that presentation today. And so with my apologies, today's weekly poetical reading will be a little longer than usual. I was in the habit of calling my dear friend Carolyn Shoemaker every Monday. I hadn't been in touch with her in a while. And then during one of our Adirondack astronomy retreats, I'm out observing with the telescope. Excuse me. Excuse me, sorry. Anyway, I was out with one of the telescopes. The phone rang and it was Carolyn. And we had a wonderful conversation. I was looking for a way to be in touch with her when Wendy said, you call your brother Richard every week. Why don't you call Carolyn as well? And I started to do that. And so for about a year or a little more, I had been calling Carolyn every Monday until this Monday when it went directly to her voicemail. I called her repeatedly, left her an email, left her messages, And then on Wednesday night, her daughter called me, Linda called me to say that Carolyn had suffered a minor fall and she had been taken to the hospital. And, but it looked, the news could have been much, much worse. So we were in a way relieved that she seemed to be getting okay. However, the following night, Linda sent a message that Carolyn had gone into respiratory arrest. And on Friday, August the 13th at 10:40, Carolyn died. And we have lost Carolyn Shoemaker. The talk that I'm going to be giving at the Astronomical League this weekend at some point is titled this: Did Carolyn Shoemaker have a sense of humor? I'm not going to answer that right now, except that I am. I'm going to share two of those little stories. We started observing together in August of 1989. I was Carolyn taught me how to load the films and the procedures for loading the films into the camera, which seemed to be pretty convoluted, but I got the hang of it pretty quickly. And by the second night, I was loading them up pretty quickly. And Carolyn said, you know, as fast as you're going, we may run out of film. And about 10 minutes later, I came up and I said, well, that's it, Carolyn, that's the last film. And she said, what? And I said, well, you were right, we've run out of film, but I have a plan. I have 35 millimeter strips of film with me. And what I've decided to do is take the film and lay them out into the film holder, one slide after another, until we get the whole thing. And then we hold them together with Scotch tape. And Carolyn looks at me and she says, I don't think that's going to work, David. And I said, oh, sure it will. You just take the Scotch tape and put it together and stomp on it a little bit and it'll hold the strips of film together. And she's thinking to herself, how do I tell this apparently very nice, who I thought was an intelligent young man, but he's a total idiot. And finally, she looked at me and said, you know, if I didn't know you any better, I would think, I get the strange feeling that I've been had. And then I looked at her and I said, Carolyn, I think that's because you've been had. Anyway, that started things. And the other story is in 1994, Jean was spending a lot of time away. So it was Carolyn and me doing a lot of the observing. But in the March observing run, we had Peter Jedicke join us. And Carolyn would be doing the scanning, and Peter and I would be handling most of the observing. And Peter is also pretty quick. But Peter and I were also a little nutty, and we decided not to use the traditional little timer that would ring every 8 minutes to remind us of the end of the exposure. And instead, we had a little song that we would do. And about 10 seconds before the end of the exposure, Peter and I would take a deep breath and we'd go, be kind to your web-footed friends, for a duck may be somebody's mother. They live in a hole in the swamp where the weather's cold and damp. Well, if you think that this is the end, well, it is. And clap, we closed the shutter at that point. And then I loaded the film unloaded the film from the telescope and brought it downstairs. And I opened the door and Carolyn was doubled over the stereo microscope. I said, Carolyn, are you okay? And she slowly lifted her head off of the stereo microscope. Her eyes were red as anything, and she was trying to struggle for breath. And she said, sorry, David, I have never enjoyed observing as much as I am this night. I am having an absolute blast. And we just laughed and laughed. That was so much fun. And Carolyn has said many times, if the observing we did wasn't fun, it wasn't the hell worth doing. And
You're here.
and that's sort of the beginning of the talk that I will give at the Lee Convention on Saturday. And with that, I give it back to you, Dr. Scotty Roberts of Explore Alliance.
Thank you for the honorary title. Thank you. Well, our next speaker is none other than David Eicher from Astronomy Magazine. He's taken us to the depths of space. He's described galaxies to us. He has given us the inner workings of much of the construct of the universe. And I love hearing his insights and the current science of what's going on. And today, David joins us after he would have been here last week, but I wasn't here last week, so we're kind of, all of us are sort of joined at the hip, this kind of thing. But it's my pleasure to reintroduce. If you have not seen David Eicher talk before, you'll enjoy this. So David, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, David, for that great remembrance of Carolyn. We've lost a giant here, and for many of us who were young, in the 1980s, hanging around people, she was sort of a mother figure in a way. And David, I met her through you, of course, hanging around you and Brian Skiff and Flagstaff, and it's a tremendous loss to the community, as it was, of course, when we lost Jean. Now
Carolyn was 92, just
yes, indeed. She had a good long life, and what a brilliant and funny person she was.
Yeah.
And looking forward to your talk on the weekend, David. May I share my screen, Scotty? Let me
Absolutely.
try if this works. I will share a PowerPoint.
Will cost you though.
I'm sorry, David?
Oh, I'm just saying it's going to cost you to share the screen.
Yeah,
okay. Put me down. Scott, I hope my credit is okay.
I'm sending a card that a card swiper machine so that you can just do that anytime I call you. So
gotcha. Thank you very much. Can you see this title slide?
Yes, it's beautiful. Look at that. What?
Oh, good. Well,
that's a beautiful mineral.
Well, I'm going to talk a little bit again about minerals and about atoms and about, as another friend of ours, dear departed friend of ours, Carl Sagan, used to call cosmochemistry, and how the universe makes planets a little bit tonight. And I was infected with this interest, which is really planetary geology, many years ago by my father, who was interested in all kinds of things and was a chemist himself. And so I've got a collection of mineral specimens, which is really how the universe makes matter in an organized way. I've got about 1,500 minerals. I think I'll show about 10 tonight. So Scott, I have sort of bad news. We can only do this 150 more times.
150 more times.
Yeah.
I'm all for it, man.
I'll have to get some new ones. But this is a tanzanite crystal here, which is a variety. It's a silicate mineral called zoisite. And of course, this was named this gemmy blue, purple variety of that mineral silicate was called tanzanite in the 1960s, basically as a commercial marketing move, because the great gemmy crystals of this come from Tanzania. But it's a beautiful way to start off. And just to sort of start talking, let's talk a little bit about elements tonight. These are the basic chemical substances that are made out of atoms. As we've talked a little bit before, the average person has 7 octillion atoms in them. That's 7 billion atoms in your body that make you up. And they were created literally in stars, in dying low mass stars, in exploding supernovae, in very dense neutron stars that collided with each other, the lightest elements in the early history of the universe. So you're literally, as we've talked about, made of star stuff. And this is how the universe makes the simplest substances it wants to put together in an organized way. There are 118 known elements. 94 of those occur naturally in nature, and the rest have been assembled in laboratories temporarily, if you will. And of course, they tell us a lot about how the universe likes to put things together, as I say, because this is not an accident. However, the universe makes things, whether it be planets or stars or galaxies or trees or cats or dogs or people or minerals. The atoms that come together to make up substances are electrochemically attracted in a specific way to each other. So for example, to take a really simple example of halite, the simple mineral, this is table salt. If you eat a couple of potato chips, you're consuming a whole lot of these crystals. And these are just made in an organized way of sodium and chlorine atoms that are structured and attracted to each other in what mineralogists call a crystal lattice that makes up the framework that makes up these basic mineral substances. And then, of course, more complicated things happen to assemble in molecules and in what chemists call compounds, which, we'll talk about another time. But in a simple way, this is the way the universe makes planets. It assembles them in a very orderly, not an accidental, but an organized way, because they're attracted to each other in specific ways, electrochemically. So rather than trying to show things microscopically, as we've done a little bit, or hold them up to the screen, I do have them here, the ones I'm going to show, which I can hold up if you'd like to or ask to, but I'm showing a few slides tonight, and I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the basic kinds of minerals. There are about 5,000 mineral species, types of minerals on Earth, and we have a lot of them, as we were talking as the show was warming up, because more than 2 billion years ago, Earth, its atmosphere, if you will, reached a tipping point of a tremendous amount of free oxygen in our Earth's atmosphere that were being produced by very primitive life forms that were around for more than 1 billion years, called cyanobacteria and others. And as soon as there became a huge amount of free oxygen suddenly in our atmosphere, not only did that make more complex life possible, and evolution could go in different and more complex paths, but it tripled the number of mineral species on Earth from about 1,500 to about 5,000. So a place that doesn't have a lot of oxygen, like Mercury or the Moon, for example, can't have very many mineral species compared to what we have. Well, this is gold here. This is from the Eagle's Nest mine in Placer County, California, and this is simply a native element, of course, sitting a little bit of crystallized gold sitting on a quartz matrix here, which is mostly quartz. Well, another, let me see if I can't. Oh dear, let me see if this works. No. Okay, there we go. There's a button I have to press, sharing the screen here. This is another native element here, and this is a large specimen here. I don't know if you can see me, and also but this is a pretty good hand-sized specimen of silver. This is a native silver leaf, crystallized silver, another native element, very simple on the periodic table, if you will. It's from Morocco, where there's a very rich region of silver. Of course, in the American West, there's a great long tradition in the 19th century, especially of gold and silver mining. This is from Morocco, up high in the mountains, and you can see that silver sometimes crystallizes in this leaf habit, if you will. So that is another well-known native element. Then one of the most common types of minerals on planet Earth is called quartz. So if anybody tells you on eBay or anywhere else that they have an extremely rare quartz they want to sell you, you know you have a problem with them, because it's very, very abundant. But there's some unusual kinds of quartz. This is what's called boulder opal from Australia, where a lot of this occurs. It's fairly rare as quartz goes. And you can see these kind of iridescent colors in the crystallized quartz. And this is because opal is not just ordinary quartz, which is silicon dioxide, but it is a silicon dioxide hydrate. So it has water that is in there, locked in the mineral crystals with it, and that allows this diffraction effect. We look at light going into opals, and they diffract the light through these crystals and create this play of all sorts of colors. And so that makes it an interesting and treasured kind of quartz for jewelry and for other things like that. But it's basically a pretty simple mineral overall. Then we get to some slightly more complicated kinds of minerals. This is of the so-called carbonate family of minerals. This is manganese carbonate. Its common name is rhodochrosite. This is a stalactite of rhodochrosite that's in part named because it's rose colored and has been sliced here to show the inside of the stalactite. This is a common occurrence in Argentina, in a region of Argentina where this is from. And it's the impurities often in minerals that the little occasional manganese atoms that are in this particular sample that give it its color. But there are a variety of causes of colors in different minerals. This is a pretty one, rhodochrosite, and it's a little bit soft for jewelry, but it's one that's often loved by mineral collectors because of the color. This is a very common one as well. It's called fluorite here, and this is a South African specimen of fluorite. It's calcium fluoride. CaF2, very simple mineral. It's extremely abundant. It comes in all the colors of the rainbow, if you will, including white and black. So mineral collectors love fluorite because it comes in not only some different crystallizations, some octahedrons and just plain old cubes and other shapes, but you can get it in basically any color. It's very similar to the compounds that are added to our toothpaste to help protect our teeth.
Yes.
This is another one that is popular with mineral collectors. You can see some of them are oriented toward the camera a little bit here on this specimen. I don't know if you can see me also, but I can hold this up and change the angle. This is wolfenite, which is a lead mineral, and lead gives minerals very rich colors of red and orange and yellow. And this is from a famous mine called the Red Cloud Mine in Arizona. This is wolfenite is lead molybdate. So lead and molybdenum together produce these tabular, very richly colored crystals. And you can see it's on a matrix rock with a little bit of quartz running through the rock, and the so-called matrix that holds the minerals, the crystals of various kinds of minerals, is often just called by geologists country rock, the kind of host rock that the mineral specimens are embedded within. This is another one that I don't know, you may be able to see the actual specimen here is a fairly good size. This is another one that has been cut and polished, and this is a favorite of mine for a couple of reasons. I love this very strong yellow color. Comes from, this is a variety of a mineral called smithsonite, which is another carbonate. It's a zinc carbonate, and it's thought that the strong yellow color of this mineral comes from cadmium atoms, which are in there as an impurity, if you will. This one has been cut and sliced and polished as well. This is from an Italian location in Sardinia. It's a fairly rare color and type of this mineral, but it's been cut and polished to show this kind of banding that happens within the mineral specimens here. So you would call that smithsonite, which is named after the English fellow who never made it to the United States, but he gave his fortune in the early 19th century to the American government to form the Smithsonian Institution, James Smithson, named after him. And this is a particularly beautiful kind of it, I think, this Italian type that is very strongly yellow colored. Then here's another kind of mineral that that often is used for jewelry. This is in its native rock here. You can see the image, and here's the pretty good size, hand-sized specimen. This is called grossular, but it's one of the half dozen or more types of from the garnet family, which is a whole family of closely related minerals. You can see the crystals here in the rock called garnets. This particular one called grossular, and it's from a Mexican locality. And it's often called raspberry grossular as a nickname because of the strong color of these garnet or grossular crystals. And they're often, of course, used in jewelry as well. Well, you often get a lot of minerals with a strong blue as well. And this is a somewhat more complex mineral. Many mineral compounds are quite complex and involve lots of elements. This is called linerite. That's L-I-N-A-R-I-T-E, the strong blue stuff. And it's from a famous region, well, a mine called the Grand Reef Mine, a famous region in Arizona. And it's lead copper sulfate hydroxide. So the strong blue is really coming from the copper content in this mineral, of which there are many, many, many copper minerals, of course. And as a final one, I'll show, here's this is actually from Schuylkill Township, Pennsylvania, is an old specimen from the 19th century. This is a mineral called pyromorphite. And you can see maybe on they're tiny crystals, but they're tiny little barrel-shaped crystals that are aimed up toward the camera. This is a lead chlorophosphate. So it has lead and chlorine and a couple of other little impurities in it as well, and is an old specimen. And again, lead gives us often rich colors in the mineral specimens, although you certainly don't want to grind it up and put it on your cereal and eat it, of course. So it's a somewhat dangerous element, as many chemicals and minerals are, but they're beautiful things to look at. And as I've said before, we know through spectroscopy, of course, that the chemistry in the universe is uniform. Temperatures, pressures, other conditions change, of course, all over, depending even in our solar system. But the chemistry in the universe, we know, is very similar everywhere in the universe, the same everywhere in the universe, as far as we know. So it's likely that on planets in many, many other localities throughout our galaxy and other galaxies, you would probably have minerals that are pretty similar to these on our own Earth. So those are the ones that I had to share tonight, and then only through shamelessness egged on by Scotty.
Egged on by me.
We talked earlier today. So I'll show my recent stuff that I've been working on. The book Galaxies is out. These are a couple of my more recent books. I'll be talking Thursday evening to the Astronomical League meeting, if you log on to it, about galaxies and about all the things we've learned in the last generation about, which is a lot, about the nature of galaxies. This other book that I've done fairly recently with my pal Brian May is a 3D book with simulations with our good friend, Finnish friend, JP Metsävainio, this great astro imager, has produced these simulations in 3D, you can look at with glasses of nebulae, of the clouds in which stars are born. And then, of course, Astronomy magazine keeps me busy part of the time as well. And that is, of course, the largest publication about our field in the world. And we're doing all sorts of things going. We had our first day back in the office together, our staff, in a year and a half, kind of setting things up. And we have many, many exciting surprises to come with Astronomy magazine and astronomy.com coming over the next year. So stay tuned for that. That's another little jaunt into the world of minerals and how the universe likes to make substances and planets. Thank you, Scotty. I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you.
And back to you.
Yeah, I want to thank both you and David Levy for comments about our dear friend Carolyn Shoemaker. I too had the privilege to meet her and to know her, and one of the things that really struck me about Carolyn was just how grounded she was, but also how humble she was. She was at one time, she held the world record for comet discoveries. She has hundreds of asteroid discoveries attributed to her. Yet, if you met her and talked to her, she was not one to sit around and brag about her discoveries or any of that. But she did love the search and the hunt for comets, and she loved doing astronomy. I guess from people that knew her, worked with her. David Levy would certainly know this, but she loved analog work with the telescope. She liked looking at plates of film through her stereoscopic blink comparator, which would blink from one image to the other, allowing her to see, tiny movements. And the thing I think that was really remarkable about Carolyn was her sensitivity to, you're just looking at a plate that has thousands of dots on it, and to notice that something was out of place or something was moving. Not really that easy, especially, if it was a really gross movement, of course you would see that, but it was the small stuff that really put her at such a remarkable pace of discovery. And I know that she lived for, a long life, 92 years, but somehow I still feel, I don't feel the loss as much as I feel the inspiration of Carolyn Shoemaker, at this time.
She was always very, very inspiring to all of us. And of course, so was Gene. Gene was an incredible guy as well, who basically pioneered the field of impact geology. He trained the Apollo astronauts. He was basically the master of meteor crater, who figured out the science of what impact geology was all about in a refined way. And I can remember the first time I met them. I'd lost my mother in the early 1980s. I was a pretty young new editor then. And I remember the first time I met Gene and Carolyn standing in the parking lot at Lowell Observatory with David and with Brian Skiff there. And they were immediately, as I said, Carolyn they were very warm, very friendly. I just got to know them. They were very much like sort of substitute parents. They were very warm and friendly and helpful. And I thought, wow, this is really what great scientists are all about.
Yeah.
These two, it was really remarkable.
Oh, goodness. Well, I hope that that we learn more about Carolyn Shoemaker in the days to come. So, because she was special to everybody that she came in contact with. Up next is Maynard Pittendreigh from the Astronomical League. We've been talking also about the virtual Alcon event that's going to be happening this week. Starts on the 19th. Some of the speakers are with us tonight with David Eicher and David Levy. But this is an event I know that the organizers are very excited about. And as they put together this event, it was cool because, the Astronomical League is the world's largest federation of astronomy clubs. They have, they're climbing up on 20,000 members, more members joining every day. And it is a remarkable organization. They're celebrating their 75th year. They have observing programs out the wazoo. You can learn how to just get started in astronomy through their observing programs, and you can delve into specific programs to help you learn more about the various objects in space and various techniques of observing the objects in space. And they have an amazing awards program, of which the Explore Scientific is now the underwriter of 3 of them. So we are the underwriter of the National Young Astronomers Award and the Leslie Peltier Award, and there's a new Astrophotography Award that we're getting involved in underwriting as well. So it's been a real privilege to be involved in all of that. I've been on, helping out where I can for the last, 20 years or something. So it's been great. And the Astronomical League also is largely a volunteer group, so these people do it from the love of it. And so it's really great. And, Maynard is an exemplary example of the kind of people that are in charge and running the organization. If you join the Astronomical League, you won't be disappointed. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Maynard.
Thank you, Scott. I appreciate it. And thank you for those kind words. Yes, we have observing programs coming out of our yazoo. I've gotten 118 certificates, many of which have pins to go with them. And my goodness, as fast as I can do them, we keep putting new ones out that are challenging. And I'm just so appreciative of you, the new one that you mentioned, the Wilhelmina Fleming Award. What a great program that is. And if you know anything about the history of Wilhelmina, then you know why her name is with that imaging award. And if you don't know that name, look it up, Google it. It's an interesting history. I'm going to share my screen and there we go. Okay, there was a little bit of delay there that caused me a little bit of concern there, but it's good to see it. Let me also say to David, I appreciate so much the work of the Astronomy magazine. I was one of the original subscribers, and my dad we both subscribed after I went to college, and he made sure we swapped subscriptions so that I would have that continuing presence. I hate to say it, but cost factors from time to time, I used the issues in the library, and I didn't honor my dad's desire to keep that subscription going. But what a great magazine. And thank you, David Levi, for mentioning the Alcon that's coming up on August 19th, 20 and 21. You said a lot about it. I won't say anything more about it, but there's a lot of information on this screen, so you might want to do a screen capture of this, but it is free. And what could be better than that? But you do need to register. And if you simply go to the Astronomical League's webpage, astroleague.org, you'll find out how to register for that. We've got grand prizes. Explore Scientific is very gracious. We've got a lot of other gracious things. I can't believe door prizes currently over $8,500. Last time I looked, it was a mere $7,000. And now it's
That was the
8,000.
point I was trying to make a little bit earlier, is how the club came together to donate all those door prizes. Yeah, certainly Explore Scientific did their part, and you guys have been very gracious in giving us that exposure. But wow, it's the first time I've seen astronomy clubs really come out and open the treasure chest like they have in this particular event. So.
Yeah, I tell you, there's only one bad thing about these door prizes. As an officer, I could not
win one.
participate.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's going to be a fun Alcon, and let me tell you, I'm retired, but I've gone back to work because of COVID. I felt like I could be of use. And so I've gone back to work, but I'm on vacation this week because I don't want to miss a thing of this Alcon. And so it's going to be a great experience. One thing we always do with the Astronomical League, we give this warning: do not look at the sun through binoculars or through telescopes. If you are new to observing the sun, do a screen capture of this page as well, because there's a lot of information on it, but basically preserve your eyesight. And I've been observing the sun for 60 years now. I started when I was 7 years old. And and one of the questions I always ask my doctor, do you see any damage from observing the sun? And no, not at all, because I'm careful. So we want everybody to be careful. Okay, let's get to the answers from Global Star Party 57 on August 3rd. And question number one was, how long does it take for Jupiter to orbit the sun? And the answer is 11.86 years. I would like to measure my age by the planet Jupiter.
By Jupiter years, yes.
What is the most common solid in the cosmos? And the answer to that is particles of dust. And why are Saturn's rings so bright right now? And boy, it's a great time to look at Saturn and Jupiter right now. And the answer is opposition. Opposition is when the sun, Earth, planet angle is at its maximum for planets beyond Earth, when the planet is on the opposite to the position of the sun. So you got the sun and the Earth and then the Saturn. So it's close together, basically. So it's a great time to observe this planet. And if you've been around as long as I have, you see those rings go through a cycle of a little over a decade and flatten out almost to disappear. Sometimes they do disappear, I think. And now is a good time to start taking pictures of Saturn every year to keep track of that. Now, we had some correct answers from Star Party 57. Their names are listed here. And so we congratulate them. These names will be added to the door prize list. And now let's get to the questions for Global Star Party number 58, August 17th. Please send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. So I usually get a drum roll from some volunteer here. Bingo! Okay. Question number one. How many of Earth's robotic landers have landed or crashed on extraterrestrial bodies in our solar system? This list, by the way, give you a clue, will include gas giants, moons, comets, asteroids, anybody in the solar system. Answer number A, letter A, is 8, B, 10, C, 14, D, 23. So send that answer by way of email to our secretary right now. Question number 2. The moon has about 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. What is the gravity of Mars when compared to Earth? A, 50%, B, 38%, C, 84%, D, 99%. I'll tell you right now, I'm living on the wrong planet whenever the doctor asks me about my weight. The Astronomical League, as Scott was saying, we got a lot of observing programs, and they're absolutely great. I was going out for a while and observing and just looking at the same stuff night after night after night. And the observing programs have gotten me out of the box, and it's just opened a world of information. But one of our observing programs that's brand new is in our celebration of the 75th anniversary this year. And it challenges observers to make 75 observations of Jupiter. Different kinds of observations. You can't just make 75 observations, but all this is on the astroleague.org webpage. You can find this new program, and it's a lot of fun. I've been doing it, and it's a good challenge. But here's your question. What are the 4 brightest moons of Jupiter, which are often called Galilean moons? Now, I'm not going to give you any choices this time, no A, B, C, D. You're on your own, but there are only 4. Come up with these 4 and send your correct answers to secretary@astroleague.org. And Astronomical League Live number 9 will be back on September 17th at 7 p.m. And we invite you to that. We'll have a guest from Astronomical Adaptive Optics. And again, don't forget about Alcon. If you've never been to an Alcon, this is a great time to go to your very first one. They always have great speakers. Scott, I appreciate the opportunity to be here with you, and we always appreciate your support. And it's great to be with these august people. I'm always humbled by the fact that I'm with folks like the rest of the team here. So
Well,
thank you.
you are, I wish that I had met you and observed with you years ago, Maynard. You are definitely a great person in this community. So, thank you very much for being on our program tonight.
Thank you, Scott.
And thanks, for the support of the Astronomical
I'll back
League.
up what Carolyn told David about observing. I have fun wherever I go, and that certainly includes where I go with my telescope.
Well, Maynard, one thing that I wanted to add just before we get on to the next speaker is that and I'm certainly not going to, because if I give too much detail in this little story, I'll give away the answer to your question. So I'm not going to do that. The first thing I ever looked at through a telescope was on September the 1st, 1960. And it was of Jupiter and those 4 mysterious moons.
Yeah.
And all I can say is Galileo himself could have felt no greater thrill than I did that night to actually be able to look at Jupiter and eventually to discover that there were those moons going around Jupiter. Maynard, thank you so much. And I thought that David's talk was very, very good. I really enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to the rest of them.
Me too. Me too.
Okay, well, great. Okay, so up next is Sybella Burlingame. Sybella is attending elementary school. She is 11 years old, and I believe you're 11 years old. Maybe you're 10 years old, but I maybe I've got that wrong, Sybella. But you give a wonderful presentation, and we look forward to your presentation tonight.
Yay. Okay. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Okay, good. And
Love
I
that-
am 11.
Love that
Yes.
background.
Thank you. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay. I need a way to.
Okay, yeah, I go back to what you had, and then you can Let's see. I think,
Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
hit that
it's-
big present button up in the upper right.
Yeah, I'm presenting, but
Oh,
let
is
me
it
just
showing on the other screen?
there we go. I just had to, it was still showing you guys, so I had to move you guys out of the way.
Ah, yeah.
Okay,
There we go.
so,
Would you want to see us, guys?
okay, so,
You don't want to see these guys. Just kidding.
so my topic tonight is the Wright brothers. As I hope all of you guys know, they invented the first airplane and flew it. So, is it gonna go? So, Wilbur and Orville Wright, the Wright brothers, they flew the very first airplane. Actually, Orville did, and his brother stayed on the ground in case if anything happened. The first flight lasted 12 seconds and covered 120 feet. That's almost half of a football field. So that's pretty large distance for the first flight. And Wilbur was born on April 16th, 1876, and died at age 45 in 1912. Orville was born on August 19th, 1871, and died at age 77 in 1948. They both grew up in Ohio, even though Orville was born in Indiana.
Sybella,
what-
something I would like to just kind of interrupt here a little bit. I was also made aware that you are related to one of the Wright brothers. Is that you're like a sixth cousin or something? Is that correct?
Yes. So my great grandmother, Jane Wright, was related to them. The Wright brothers weren't married, so they never had any like direct descendants after them. So cousins, yes.
Wonderful. Okay. That makes this presentation all the more special. Thank you.
Yeah. And if I go back here, yeah, Orville's birthday is August 19th, which is coming up in a few days. So that's another reason why I chose to do it. So.
Right.
Okay, so what inspired them to fly? In 1878, their father, Milton Wright, brought home a rubber band toy-powered helicopter. That's this pictured right here. This is one of the main things that inspired them to fly. They were also fascinated by birds and bats. The Wright brothers flew the first plane and designed it too. During the winter of 1901 to 1902, Wilbur and Orville built a wind tunnel and conducted experiments to determine the best wing shape for an airplane. They said they wanted to fly for fun and use the funds for even more scientific research. Little did they know that they would change the world forever. It's kind of interesting because their real intention wasn't to actually like fly and change the world forever. They were just
have fun. That's
yeah,
great.
and use wrong way. There we go. The designs. The plane was double layered and was controlled by using a hip cradle, which the pilot controlled by sliding his hips from side to side. The cradle was connected to the plane's wingtips with wires. The cradle was also connected to the rudder, which controlled the plane's yaw, rotation around a vertical axis. It took them an entire 4 years to build the Wright flyer. Long time. So why did they choose Kitty Hawk? The brothers began their experiment in flight in 1896 at their bicycle shop in Dayton, Ohio. They selected the beach at Kitty Hawk as their proving ground because of the constant wind that added lift to their craft. In 1902, they came to the beach with their glider and made more than 700 successful flights. Who else was there? There were only 5 witnesses on the beach during their first flight. And by the way, all of them died before we landed on the moon, sadly. In fact, most people in the US didn't believe in the Wright brothers, but when they went to England, they got a lot more attention, and many more believed in them too. I did some research and found out some famous people that were alive during the first flight and the first moon landing. These include Colonel Sanders, the creator of KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Charlie Chaplin, famous silent film actor, and Agatha Christie, famous British author. Peace in space. Most of you know that a rover called Perseverance recently landed on Mars and has a helicopter on it. NASA has been running tests to see how long the helicopter, Ingenuity, could stay in flight for. But what most people don't know is that NASA actually put a small piece of one of the Wright Flyer wings onto Ingenuity. It's located under the solar panel. NASA also named the first Martian takeoff and landing area for the 2021 Ingenuity helicopter Wright Brothers Field. There was also a similar artifact that is on the moon that was brought there on Apollo 11. So they were both from the wings of the Wright Flyer. The effect it had on the world. Wilbur and Orville had no idea at the time that 70 years later, humans would be flying into space and even landing on the moon. Their designs changed the world forever, and now we can travel across seas without any boats needed. Even though the planes evolved over time and look totally different, if you are ever flying anywhere, just remember that it was made possible by two brothers. Yay.
That was a great presentation, Sybella. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Of course, I think all of us that are inspired by flight and space flight in general find the Wright brothers story inspiring. And when I heard about that you were related, the excitement that ran through me was quite intense. So I'm really happy that you decided to give that presentation tonight. That's wonderful.
Hey, Sybella, could I mention a quick story about her talk?
Sure.
Scott, is that okay? That was a great talk, and thank you for giving that. And it's an honor to meet a cousin of the Wright brothers. And bear with me, I want to tell you a quick story if I can here. Because my father, John Eicher, who got me into this chemistry and mineralogy while I was interested in the stars, some of you knew him. David, you knew him well. He grew up in Dayton, Ohio, which was our ancestral home since the 1850s until I came along, and lived on Ruskin Road. And 2 houses down on Ruskin Road from him lived a woman who, this was when my father was young in the late 1920s and 30s. She lived there. Her name was Ivanette Wright Miller, and she was the niece of the Wright brothers, 2 houses away from my father. And so she knew my dad well when he was a young kid your age and up until his college years. And every once in a while, Wilbur was long gone by this time, of course, but every once in a while, Orville Wright, a big black Ford would pull up there in the neighborhood with acetylene lights on the front of it. And it was Orville Wright, and my father would talk to him. So here, my father died 5 years ago at age 95. So he knew Orville Wright, someone who lived up to your time. And his favorite story about Orville, who talked about lots of things in flight, he had all sorts of correspondence, and his niece, Ivanette, had in her attic all sorts of the correspondence which had been given to her, and that house is still there in Dayton. And my father in those days was a stamp collector, something that is not so much of a thing anymore. But she ushered him up to her attic and said, pick out a really good envelope you'd like to have for your collection. And I have that envelope upstairs. I'm not going to run and get it now, but I have that upstairs in my house here. And it was an envelope addressed to Orville Wright from Jimmy Doolittle, the great general in the Second World War who led a raid over Tokyo and so on. And my father, being super conscientious, always regretted this, telling this story. He pulled out the letter and handed it back to Mrs. Miller and just took the cover. But can you imagine what Orville Wright in 1932 would have been writing, what Jimmy Doolittle would have been writing Orville Wright about, my God, in the early 1930s. So that letter remained in the Wright family, but I have the cover in my collection now. And there's someone who was up through nearly our time here who knew Orville Wright. So you think of these things as impossibly long ago, but it was just one human lifetime ago here that he was around, your cousin there. So I thought I'd interject that story.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Thanks,
Yeah,
David.
yeah, it is amazing what was accomplished in really such a short amount of time.
One thing I would like to add, Sybella, is that you have mastered one of the things that very few of us have, even us older people, and that is you've mastered the art of making a presentation that had everything in it and kept it short. And it didn't go on and on and on, and it was beautiful and well done. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Good work, Sybella.
Thank you.
Sybella,
Yeah, it's good
I'll
that
say
we saw
something
that.
I'm a Southerner, and not only an astronomer, I'm also a Presbyterian pastor and a Southern storyteller. And David's right. I can go on and on and on. You were fantastic. I tell you, perfect presentation. Nice and brief and everything included. And boy, I'm impressed by David once again before my presentation. And now, I tell you, none of my ancestors knew anybody.
You might be surprised, Maynard. So, well, that's wonderful. That's great. I'm really, this is a very special Global Star Party. So, and Sybella, you really contributed to that as well. So thank you. Thank you. Up next is Adrian Bradley. Adrian has wowed us with his landscape photography, his night sky photography. We're very pleased, very happy that he enjoys being on Global Star Party and contributing as he does. He warned me he didn't have a lot of imagery regarding the moon, but I think he probably has something that will fit into this Global Star Party anyway. So, Adrian, I'm going to turn it over to you, man.
All right. So I am kind of like Cameron today. I'm in two places at once. And after that wonderful presentation by Sybella, I'm under pressure to keep this short and moving along. So thanks a lot for that, Sybella. Thank you. But at any rate, so I do have an image. I recently took a moon image, but unfortunately did not upload it, attempting to discuss the lunar X and V, which is for a photography fanatic. It's something that you try to shoot at on our own moon. It's a feature that's caused. The lunar X is a part of the Werner crater, and there's a mare that has a mountain ridge that consists of lunar V. But I do have some other things, and I will share my screen from the presentation layer, which I'm calling my other entry into the Zoom meeting. And here they are. I went out and saw Perseids. For those of us that got a chance to see anything in the skies that you were in, there were Perseids this year. I went to a darker site and I was very impressed at, I shouldn't say impressed because the sky always impresses no matter whether it's clear or cloudy, but I was awed at the number of Perseids I was able to see. I was with a good friend of mine, Dr. Brian Autumn, who's also a fabulous astrophotographer. Before I show you some of those images, which you're seeing some of those, I wanted to share, as far as moons go, and in theme with the presentation, this was when Jupiter and Saturn were at the position where they were both in the same field of view. And one of the challenges was to actually show the light of their brightest moons as well as the planets themselves. This was my feeble attempt to do so. Plenty of really good astrophotographers nailed this. I used the telescope, and this was as good as I can get. One of these is actually a star. I believe it's this. This has a long license plate of a name. The rest were actually Jupiter's moons. We were joking for a while. Jupiter had 5 bright moons, but in fact it was a 4th, and that there just happened to be a star that lined up with the plane of the other moons. So one of the places,
big, Adrian.
yeah, the 5 moon. So one of the places I went was Alcona. It's a county park. It's a beautiful place, and these are some previous images that I took of Alcona Park. It's quite peaceful, and it gets dark enough. I'd say a Bortle 3, and the Milky Way shines really well here. Well, we just got out of a smoke-filled sky, so I went back and took some more images. And this is one of the images that I took with a regular stock camera that shows you there's a lot of stuff in here. The double cluster peeking through clouds.
Oh yeah.
And
Cool.
you see some meteors here. The Perseids were all over. And I actually had to process this image to get these, but you can see these faint, some of these meteors you wouldn't see unless you went to a dark sky. Some of you may not be able to see them on your screen, but in my big computer screen, I can see them. There's Andromeda, there's M33, the light from M33, your double cluster, and your Heart and Soul nebulas are here. There's plenty of things in this wing, but not a lot of Milky Way imagers shoot at this part of the Milky Way, at least to my knowledge. Most of what you see with a Milky Way shooter is toward the core. And there's bright, I believe it to be a bright Perseid because it's coming in the exact opposite way that we were just facing, and it's streaking through the skies. You know, meteors can come from anywhere. Some of the meteors we're talking about, the moons and moonlets, as far as asteroids go, and then of course the Perseids being the remains of a comet, I believe Comet Tuttle. And all of these fragments can come, you know, they come to Earth almost every day, but during the Perseids, they stream in a lot more particles stream in Earth, and you can see them. The darker the sight, the more meteors you can see. And just about every picture I took, I had a meteor in it somewhere. So I'll quickly share some of these. Sometimes you get something like parallel. There's a faint meteor here, and then there's the bright one. This tree does grow like that. It's a very interesting tree, so it made for a very interesting foreground in a lot of these shots. Here's a portrait view where I had more meteors almost every shot. It's what you want when you're doing some imaging, and the goal is to catch meteors. Now you may ask, why didn't I just do a time lapse? And, you know, I'd had hundreds of meteors if I'd have just let the camera go to one spot. I'm going to work on that. So it's, I generally like doing stills, but I am going to get into just letting the camera, you know, taking a bunch of images, stacking them together. As it is, I've been doing HDR stacking lately. So it's been something I've enjoyed doing. There's another meteor coming through. There's Jupiter, and there's Saturn. The stacking process wasn't too kind to put a hole through Jupiter, so we'll be working on that. The overall image, the Milky Way looked nice, but you know, working on overall images, it's always a work in process. Then you pick up the camera that's fully modded, and then you get all of the detail from the HA regions that are here. So you see the heart and soul, you can kind of see their shape. All of this stuff is in the Milky Way, and it makes Milky Way photography come out a lot more. There's a lot more to see when you can use a camera that has all of the filters off. Stock cameras are good, but cameras that are made to shoot and to allow hydrogen alpha to come through will allow more light from that spectrum to show up in your images. And there's M33 again. There's the Andromeda Galaxy, M31. Cassiopeia is in here somewhere. I dare you to find it. And so is Perseus, which is the where the Perseids, the radiant of the Perseids, is from. One bright Perseid photobombed my image here, but nothing wrong with that. And I think even this last one, the Cygnus region, where you've got the North American nebula here, the Satyr region, Vega, and a faint little Perseid. At least we believe it to be a Perseid. I would ask David Levy at this point, because I do believe the Aquarids are also active at the same time. And so those meteors would streak in a different direction. And this one appears to be doing so. It's more horizontal than it is vertical, which I would expect for a Perseid. So I wonder if this is actually an Aquarid that we're seeing here. So that's it. Just a few images of the many that I took. I'm always happy to get out into the night sky and image. One of the things that I prefer to do is just look up. Before even setting up any equipment, whether I bring small or I try and go all out with larger equipment, I usually like to just sit there in the stillness of the night and just look up. And that's where I get some of the ideas for what I want to shoot at or what I'm seeing. And I compose it in my head before I actually set up the camera. And it's like Dave's phone call. Yeah. So it's someone telling him to tell me the presentation's over. So I will end there. Thank you all for watching, and keep looking up. There's always something there, whether it's meteors or anything else the night sky has to offer.
That's right. Adrian, there was a question on how are you getting your images? You're really wowing the audience with your Milky Way shots and your captures of the Perseids. Do you use basically the same exposure? Are you using different exposures?
I've started using different exposures and combining them. I use Lightroom, Photoshop, and so I guess the long story short is the process is to take successive images. I have a tracker, so each image is at least 30 seconds, and it's moving at a speed that's half the speed that the sky rotates. Okay. And what that does is your stars, and Molly's nodding her head. Your stars she does this stuff too, has some amazing images. The stars will seem round. Your foreground doesn't blur out as much.
I say.
Yeah, the darker the sky, instead of having to take two images and merge those together, you can take a single image. But what I do is I take 3 or more at different exposures. So like I'll take the ISO down, ISO on a camera, similar to the gain on an Astro camera. So 3 different, so like one it's a little darker. In fact, I may be able to show you how one of those pictures came together. I'll quickly share screen again as soon as I find that button. Share screen 1. So here's an image I just put together. I'll look for the image that I loved the most was this. Was another one over here. Yeah, this image. I love this image. Putting it together was a matter of putting together 3 different images at once. So let's see. So here, like this is a single image right here. there's a single image. And if I'm lucky, I took a couple of those, and if I'm lucky, I'll find the image that had the meteor in it. There it goes. This is the single image that had the meteor in it. We both saw this meteor and we were going, oh, wow, that's great. And so what I did is I continued on taking more images. There's the darker, even darker. And I think I even went, yeah, so I went even darker than that. I combined a couple of those images and ended up with this composite. It's like a composite, but it's more of a stack. There's a meteor and there's the combined 3 images, and what you get is more range. So I've got a little bit of the foreground visible and it's a lot brighter. Then I take it through Photoshop to run a couple of routines to bring out the Milky Way. And that's how I end up with this sort of image. So it's a bit of a process. But I embrace it. I love doing it. It's how I'm doing my landscape images, to make them brighter and get them coming out, where they're visible, not only on a big computer screen, but you can take your smartphone and you can still see the details of the image on your smartphone. So hopefully that
Something
answers
I'd like to
the
add,
question.
if I could, Adrian.
Yeah.
You were asking about other showers, and the Delta Aquarids are still active, but they're more active before the Perseid maximum than they are now. There's also the Kappa Cygnids, which really were active around just before the maximum. I saw a few of them. And then the night before last time we had a clear night here, I got 2 meteors from the Alpha Capricornid shower, which should be active earlier, but they were late, and so they're active now. And so I'm very sorry about that, but we'll have to send them a parking ticket or something. But anyway,
yeah,
good talk. Thanks, Adrian.
Thank you.
Adrian, I have to tell you that my first astrophotography effort was Comet Nikea Segi, which I think was 1965. And so my dad taught me how to use his darkroom. And this photograph does somehow show up on the internet from time to time. And if you look carefully, you can see my fingerprints on the negative. And I thought that I had improved somewhat. When I look at your artwork, I think I haven't gotten any better since 1965. You are amazing, Adrian. Those are just fantastic pictures.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. It comes out of one, there's a passion for just capturing the sky the way I see it. And then the other passion is I come from an astronomy background. And the starry night is not just there to be a pretty picture, to highlight a foreground. And I do like shooting over water. The night sky is there itself, and a lot of times it's part of the subject. So my approach to it is treat the night sky as the main attraction, and Earth is its frame. And that's how I approach it. So the images, they come out, they're not there, you don't have I try not to blur it out as much. I try to make sure my focus is really sharp when I start, and I take a few test shots there, because the sharper your shots, the more detail of the night sky you can pull out. And there's still a lot for me to work on and learn too. I've got some artifacts in there that clean up, and I've got a lot of great astrophotographers that have helped me along the way too. So it is a community thing. Yeah. So what you see represents those that have done the work, folks that have encouraged me as I go along. So I definitely appreciate the kind compliments that I'm getting. And my goal is to just continue doing it, and continue just trying to share what I see out there. What I see usually makes the images pale in comparison to, what, when I'm looking around. And the goal is just to try and share that in the best way possible. So thank you.
Great, great. Yeah, we have a comment here that somebody would buy a book of Adrian's images that came from American meteorite fans. So you might consider doing that. That's great.
I am working on that. I'm going to
Wonderful.
officially take images that I love, and also looking at putting up another website too, because I know some people are interested in prints. I'm actually going to have a large print available of one of the Milky Way shots that I've taken over the years, and so that'll become available. And yes, I have been asked about putting together a book, and I will try and curate one
Good
here.
on that. That's great.
Get right on that. Yep.
Okay. Well, up next is Molly Wakeling. She conducts, when she appears on our program, she conducts something called Astronomolly's Universe. And Molly's combination of, her blend of science and the beauty of her astrophotography just really makes for, I think, just an unforgettable experience. And Molly is also someone that's, full of enthusiasm and always helpful to, people who are just learning, or, people who are quite advanced. She knows quite a bit about image processing, image capturing, almost every aspect of what an astrophotographer goes through. But she dives in deeper, gives us the nuts and bolts of how these objects work that she's photographing. And so we always love having her. And Molly will be on, I think, Saturday with the Alcon virtual event as well. So, if you love what you see tonight, you're definitely going to want to tune in on Saturday and watch her program. So, Molly, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Scott. I'm not presenting at Alcon. I'm getting an award. So that's what
you're getting an award.
Yeah. Actually, they've already
stuff I said, forget it.
They've already sent it to me. But
Congratulations.
one of these years,
you are getting one of the astrophotography awards. That's
yeah.
Great. Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, an early congratulations.
Thank you.
But I'll be there with you since we're broadcasting the event. So
awesome. Yeah. I'd like to give a talk at Alcon some year. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be asked at one point. So, all right.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and get my slides rolling here. There we go. You should be able to see those. All right. So thanks again, Scott. And I love coming on here when I can. PhD schoolness keeps me pretty busy, but I try to get on here like every other week or so. So glad to be on here again tonight. I know the theme for tonight is moons and moonlets, but the only moon I've taken an appreciable number of photos of is our own moon. And I think we know a lot about that, and probably talked about a lot tonight, so I decided to pick a completely unrelated object of Messier 31, the Andromeda Galaxy. And what I like to do for these presentations is all the pictures in them are my pictures, with the exception of the one on the first slide here. Not this slide, but like the first presentation slide, the next slide, where I usually grab a nice Hubble image of it. Because it's nice to have Hubble images in talks because they're gorgeous and awesome. And yeah. Okay. So Messier 31, Andromeda Galaxy, much loved by astronomers and people who love astronomy all over the world. So what is the Andromeda Galaxy? It is a barred spiral galaxy. It is known as Messier 31 on part of Charles Messier's catalog of things that are not comets. Although that'd be a pretty large comet if it were one. Also in the New General Catalog as number 224. And it is the closest major galaxy to the Milky Way. I say that because the Magellanic Clouds are considered galaxies, but they're considered to be dwarf galaxies. And when we talk about galaxies that are closest to the Milky Way, we tend to talk about like galaxies, and not like the baby galaxies that the Magellanic Clouds are. So where can you find the Andromeda Galaxy? If you've never looked for it before, it's not too hard to find, especially if you've got a pair of binoculars and you can just kind of rove around this part of the sky. But if you look for the familiar W of Cassiopeia, and also look for, oh no, I think it's Square of Pegasus. Is that the right one? I'm really bad at constellations, guys. It's not.
Yes,
good.
it is. Square of
Okay,
Pegasus.
good. There's a couple of squares up there, and this particular one is Pegasus. There's a really bright, relatively bright star in the corner of Pegasus known as Alpheratz. And I usually just kind of look between Alpheratz and the bottom kind of right star of the Cassiopeia W and draw a line between them, but go below it a little bit. There's a better way, of course, which is to star hop a bit from Alpheratz out to a couple of these other stars in what appears to be either the wings or the legs of Pegasus, and then hop up to the Andromeda Galaxy from there. But for the casual observer, I just kind of like go partway between the star of Cassiopeia and Alpheratz, and then kind of hunt around until I stumble across it.
That's exactly what I do. So that works pretty good.
And you will stumble across it.
Yeah, or if you're in a Bortle 3 sky or better, you can just see it.
Yeah, you can see it naked eye. And that's really cool to do. Or even if you're under light pollution, you can usually see it with binoculars, unless maybe you're in downtown Chicago or something like that. But it is quite bright. So that's where it's at from our perspective here on Earth. Where is it in relation to our galaxy? I'm not sure if any of this text is coming through very well, but the red label here is our galaxy. And over here on the bottom left, we have the small and large Magellanic Clouds and some of the other dwarf galaxies that kind of surround the Milky Way. And off over here to the right with the yellow arrow is the Andromeda Galaxy. And it's got two other Messier galaxies beside it, M110 and M32. And then over here is the Triangulum Galaxy, M33. So you can see it actually kind of forms a triangle in that way with, just noticed between the three of these. And some other galaxies kind of in our local group here. But from a kind of a larger universe perspective, this is kind of the layout of our little local neighborhood. So some fast facts about the Andromeda Galaxy. It's in the constellation Andromeda. Would never have guessed. It's about 2.5 million light years away, which is a long distance, but is very close on intergalactic terms. It's again, the closest major galaxy to us, followed closely behind by M33 at about 3 million light years. Usually for a lot of these objects, they've been discovered by somebody looking through a telescope, because a lot of astronomical objects aren't visible to the naked eye for anybody who didn't have a telescope. But in this case, Andromeda was probably known to antiquity because of its brightness and how large it is on the sky. But it was first written down in 964 by a Persian astronomer, probably not going to do this quite right, but Abd al-Rahman al-Sufi, along those lines, and subsequently reobserved by many others thereafter, and again, probably into antiquity. Has an apparent magnitude of 3.4, which is very bright among astronomical objects. Although it is rather large on the sky, it's about the area of 6 full moons, even though when you see it in a pair of binoculars or with the naked eye, it appears a lot smaller than that. That's because we're mainly seeing the core of it when you look at it even with a telescope most of the time. Has a diameter about 220,000 light years, which is about twice that of the Milky Way, if I'm recalling correctly. And it has something on the order of 1 trillion stars, which is about 10 times more than the Milky Way has. So it is considered to be the largest galaxy in the local group. Although there's been some new measurements recently suggesting it's actually physically smaller than has fewer stars, one of the two. That is less massive than we thought originally, but I think it still kind of takes the cake in our it's the big guy in the neighborhood, if you will.
Yes.
So the Andromeda Galaxy is one of my favorite astronomical objects from a historical perspective, because it is responsible for widening humanity's view of the size of the universe. Originally, when it was being observed and cataloged by kind of the foundational astronomers of the 17, 18, and 1900s, it was considered to be a spiral nebula within our own galaxy. People could kind of see some of these dust lanes and some of that spiral structure, but there were many such spiral nebulae observed, and this one was just a particularly large one. It's estimated to be about 2,000 times the distance to Sirius, or about 18,000 light years initially. In 1912, Vesta Slipher used spectroscopy to measure its radial velocity and came up with a value of 300 kilometers per second, which was the largest value yet measured of anything that had been measured in our own galaxy. So it was kind of the first clue that something might be up with this peculiar Andromeda Nebula, as it was called. In 1917, astronomer Herbert Curtis found that there were several, he saw a nova, which was actually a supernova, but it appeared very dim, so they called it a nova. And he spotted several others that were very faint on photographic plates. And based on when we see nova in our own galaxy, and they're so much brighter than the ones that we were seeing in this Andromeda Nebula, he estimated it was actually much farther away, that it was a lot farther away than the other objects in our galaxy, and became a big proponent of the island universe hypothesis, where it's kind of the size of the whole universe to humanity's mind was, once we started kind of looking out towards space, was that the Milky Way was pretty much all there was. But in the early 1900s, people started realizing that maybe there's some other things out there. We don't really know what they are in relation to us. Then in 1920, there was the great debate between Curtis and Harlow Shapley about the size of the universe. Was this spiral nebula inside of our galaxy or this island universe? And the debate was finally settled in 1925 when Edwin Hubble observed Cepheid variables in Andromeda on photographic plates. And Cepheid variables are a very interesting type of variable star where the internal dynamics of the star are what's causing its change in brightness. And the period of the change of brightness over hours or days or weeks is very closely coupled to the absolute brightness of the star. So I don't know the exact relationship, but brighter stars have like a star with such an absolute magnitude has a period, and every Cepheid variable that is of that brightness has about the same period. And looking at the Cepheid variables that are in the Andromeda Galaxy, they were far dimmer, even though they had the same periods as much brighter Cepheid variables here in our galaxy. So that was really the nail in the coffin on this being a nebula in our galaxy, and it actually being another galaxy that is quite far away, farther away than anything else that had ever been measured. I'm sorry if you can hear my cat in the background. He singing the song of his people. So whenever I talk about Andromeda at star parties, especially when there's kids around, I love bringing up the fact that the Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy are eventually going to collide. M31 is moving toward us at a speed of about 68 miles per second, which is like really fast in human terms. Maybe not quite that fast in astronomical terms, but it is moving toward us. It is blue shifted, and it has very little sideways velocity. So it is coming almost directly toward us, or probably in reality, a combination of us moving together. But since there's no absolute reference frame in space, you can put it in whatever terms you want. So when the two galaxies do collide, they'll likely merge to form an enormous elliptical galaxy, because it's going to take a long time for that structure to kind of settle back down after this crazy gravitational chaos that happens as a result of the two. Now, when two galaxies collide, there's not usually almost, actually, I think there's pretty much not any real collisions. Like there's no stars that are slamming into each other or planets colliding. And that's entirely because space is big, like really big. Like the distance between stars is enormous. So there's extremely little chance of any actual two stars colliding with each other or even really getting appreciably close to each other. There will be a lot of gravitational interactions, but no actual collisions. Of course, now the black holes at the center of our galaxy and at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy will likely merge at some point as them and their strong gravity kind of pull toward each other. But even that's kind of uncertain. And there is a small chance that the solar system in all of this gravitational chaos will be ejected from the system. So like from the new Milky Way Andromeda hybrid. So we could just be flung off into intergalactic space. Of course, by the time this all happens, humans will probably be long dead or evolved, or maybe we've discovered the mass effect generators and can travel to other galaxies. Yeah, it's fun to imagine. So I like to show what a lot of these objects look like in other wavelengths besides optical, besides what we can see with our eyes and with sort of normal human vision style cameras. And I happen to find this nice graphic showing the Andromeda Galaxy at the same angle in each one of these in several different wavelengths. So starting with radio, radio tends to be pretty low resolution because of its very long wavelength. So you kind of see these blobs and smudges and kind of but still some of that ring structure, which is really cool. A lot of the emission in radio coming from the Andromeda and from any galaxy really, is from hydrogen gas. It has a strong radio emission on the 21 centimeter line and some others as well. So we have, you can see the microwave and the infrared, ultraviolet, and X-ray. X-ray tends to be just a lot of point sources like pulsars or the core with its, I think I was just reading that there's actually several black holes in the core of Andromeda, which is super cool. And also a very compact star cluster or something along those lines. I started reading a paper about the radio, a new radio image that came out literally, I think just like last month, but it was a 33-page paper. It was quite exhaustive, and I decided not to include a lot of those details in here.
Thank you.
Although it was quite interesting. Yeah, so this is what it looks like in different wavelengths besides our own. And in pretty much everything except for optical, you can really kind of cut through the gas and dust that surround a lot of the stars and just a lot of the space in the Andromeda Galaxy and see more of that spiral structure and kind of more of what's going on in the interior. So finally, observing the Andromeda Galaxy. The best time of year to observe it when it's up in the sky is between August and February. And of course, when you get more into the winter, it's up earlier in the evening. If you really don't like staying up too late, waiting until later in the winter to see it is good. But then of course you're cold. So it's kind of a balance between how late you want to stay up versus how cold you want to be. It's pretty far north. So a lot of southern observers may not be able to see it, or it'll just be above the horizon, depending on where you're at. It's visible, as I mentioned earlier, it's visible naked eye in even locations that are not that dark. You can often spot it if you know where you're looking, and when it's dark, you'll just kind of stumble across it. In telescopes and binoculars, it appears as a fuzzy blob. If you have a larger aperture telescope or go out to darker skies, you can make out some of the dust lanes around the core, and recommend using your lowest powered eyepiece because, again, it is enormous, the size of the area of 6 full moons. So it's enormous. On the photographic side, you need a pretty large field of view to capture the whole thing, or else you need to mosaic it. So camera lenses are really good here, or short focal length refractors for getting the Andromeda Galaxy. It's actually deceptively difficult to image, despite being such a popular object to look at and being so bright. That's because the core is a lot brighter than the edges. So you usually have to take multiple exposure times in order to get both the core and the outer edges, similar to how one would image the Orion Nebula. And I've taken 19 iterations of like sets of images of it, and I've never been really satisfied with any of them. So despite it being such a bright object, it's very difficult to image. It's best done in wideband color, so red, green, blue. But you can add some hydrogen alpha data to it as well, because there are, like most galaxies, some star forming regions in there that can add some nice detail and depth to the image. So this is image number 19, the latest I've taken back in the fall of 2020. I am still not, this is my favorite of the ones I've done, but still not totally happy with it. I got some weird color gradients, but it kind of makes for a cool artistic image. So I brought those out a little bit. Took this in my backyard in Berkeley, California. So under some pretty decent light pollution with my ZWO 294 color camera and a light pollution filter, which is essential if you live anywhere near a city. This is on my Celestron AVX. This is right before I got my Ioptron mount. And it's a little under 8 hours of data, about an hour's worth of minute-long exposures for the core, and then the rest being 5-minute exposures to get the rest. And I didn't layer these like high dynamic range. I just stacked all of them together and then applied HDR multiscale transform in Pix and Sight. So I was able to kind of keep the core from blowing out in that way. But yeah, that's what I got.
Excellent. Yeah, Celtic Raven says, wicked image with the stars being consumed by a black hole when you think about it. You know, to me, when I was looking at this image, Molly, it looked very three-dimensional, you know, so great job. Wonderful.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. And thanks for, again, coming on to Global Star Party, Molly. I know that you have a very heavy schedule with your school and all the things that you do. So, and I personally want to thank you for all the great outreach that you do. You're a great ambassador in our community of public education and astronomy. So
thank you.
Thanks a lot.
I may or may not have put that presentation together like 2 hours ago. So I'll never tell.
Pretty impressive. Very good.
It was a great presentation.
I just whipped that thing out. Okay.
It looks
Wow.
like you follow a. It looks like you follow a really good template as far as how you do your presentation. So I see how you could easily get that whipped out.
Yeah, I've kind of developed the template over these first couple of shows, and it does make the creation of it go a little bit quicker. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a great way to do it. Mine's basic: find some images and talk about them. So I could stand to use a template like yours as I keep doing these sort of things. So
It's
excellent work as always.
Thank you.
Keep going freeform, Adrian. It's more fun.
It's true.
Right.
Karim, I'll
But you're allowed to do that on Global Star Party, you know, so
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's what I do. So that's what I do.
true.
All right. Well, up next is Professor Karim Jaffer from John Abbott College. He is also an outreach ambassador. He is working with the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada's Montreal. It's the Montreal
Center, yep.
Center. That's right. CENTRE. Okay, which sounds so cool.
The Centre.
Exactly.
Right, that's right. That's right. Karim's presentations are always very interesting. You can see his presentation style is really quite polished, but also it makes you feel at ease, which is, I think, really part of the secret of a great teacher, because it makes the students feel at ease, which allows you to dive into the subject matter, you know? And so it's, yeah, I've mentioned this before, even the pitch of your voice guides you into the subject matter as well. And that's a real talent. And so I'm glad that you bring that on to the Global Star Party, Karim.
Thanks, Scott. As long as I'm not putting you to sleep, because that's going to be
No,
a
you're not
dangerous
putting
thing.
me to sleep. Not at all. Not at all. And you are giving a presentation, right?
I am.
At, the Astronomical League Conference. Okay, so.
I am. On Friday, I'm going to be talking about two-eyed seeing, which is bringing ancient and indigenous astronomy together with modern astronomy. and
Oh,
looking at objects
great.
with both sets of
That's
eyes.
great.
That's gonna
Okay.
be a cool one.
I'm hoping. I still have to put it together. You know, I'm on Molly's side. I just finished this one just a
Wait 2
few
hours
minutes
before
ago.
you go on and then put it together.
It's the best way to do it because then everything is not only fresh in your mind, but it's also all current and up to date.
Yeah,
And that's
very.
one of the things I try to do with teaching, right? You gotta, if something happens in astronomy, you want to bring it into your class. You don't want to have everything finalized a week before.
That's right. That's right. You don't want some major discovery to blow away all your information. So
Exactly. So
Tonight,
tonight,
at the Texas Star Party in 2018. I was giving a talk on nucleosynthesis, and a new discovery had like just come out the month prior about how some elements get out of neutron stars. So it was really funny.
oh no, wonderful.
all right. So tonight I wanted to chat with you about sketching the moon, and I'm going to talk about this both in terms of an outreach tool, but also in terms of something for amateur astronomers or professional astronomers to do when you're at the telescope. So I'm going to talk to you about both sides of it. But before I do, you know, we've got our weekly check-in with the RASC. So the RASC National has just recently restarted the Insider's Guide to the Galaxy show. You can find it on their YouTube channel. And today was actually about the giant planets, which is a lot of fun. And then since we're talking the moon tonight, I want to remind people that there are observer certificates at the RASC as well. And Adrian has just recently joined, and I hope he's going to be getting a bunch of these certificates.
It's time for me to work on those.
Yeah, we had one of our members just yesterday talking about the fact that he's a few Messier objects away from the whole Messier certificate. And it's been a while since somebody in the Montreal Center has gotten that, so we cannot wait till he finishes. So Thomas, if you're listening, we're all behind you 100%. And then our Sky News magazine, it's our Canadian popular astronomy magazine, and the most recent issue, July, August, I'm proud to say 2 of my students are published in here, talking about their journey into citizen science. So they talk a little bit about learning a bit about Zooniverse and diving into a couple of those projects. On page 33 and 34, if you do have your own copy of Sky News. But for our local Montreal Center, our big news is this past weekend, we got to be under the stars with people. It's been a long, long time. So we were very careful. We all had masks. Every station only shared their view using screens. And that was something we were very careful about. But the upshot of it is, it means that we actually have the images that we were showing the public with us. So we have on the left here, we've got from David Schumann, one of our exec. He took pictures of Jupiter with the moons. He took pictures of Saturn's rings, and he took a picture of the moon and shared that in live time with the audience in Beaconsfield.
Wow.
We had another member, Quatran, who some of you will remember from the International Astronomy Day program. He did wonderful star trails with the Beaconsfield skyline. And then in the bottom right there, you can see a bunch of us sitting on the lawn, and I'm relaxing in my lawn chair while I'm using the EV scope. And we were able to pull up multi-minute stacking of some of these nebulae in light-polluted skies to share with the students and explain to them what gives the nebulae their colors, their lanes, their shape, etc. It really was a powerful outreach tool. The other big thing we have going on in the Montreal Center is our annual keynote lecture. And David has been our lecturer in the past several times for the Townsend keynote. This year, it's going to be Elizabeth Howell. And Elizabeth Howell participated in the Mars Society 2-week Mars simulation. And so she's going to be talking about the art of isolation during a Mars mission. And because we're still being very careful with lectures and with public events, we're going to keep this one by Zoom so anybody can attend. So it's bit.ly Townsend 2021. So if you want to register, please do. We'd love to see you as part of this, our keynote event of the year. It really is one of our top attended public events. I'm also part of the Astro Radio Reach Out and Touch Space panel, and I was talking to David Eicher about it earlier today. In our recent show, we actually highlighted the big world record attempt happening in mid-September in the UK, where Mark Thompson is going to try to go 140 straight hours lecturing astronomy. And not only that, he's going to be monitored for sleep deprivation as part of a study on the effectiveness of the human brain and the body during sleep deprivation periods. So this is just fascinating. I cannot wait to find out how this goes. But I'm going to be teaching for like more than half of it, which is really frustrating. But I'm really hoping
every
to
week.
see. Yeah, exactly. Scott, this is Scott's normal.
He'll have to come on at the very end of the Global Star Party if he comes on.
Exactly. So the other thing that's happening is Solar Sphere. Now, Solar Sphere happens on the last day of Alcon. So I was hesitant about whether to share it or not, except that Solar Sphere is on UK time. So the first music show happens at 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And the whole program goes through the day. I'm actually talking right before Alcan starts for us here in North America. So if you're interested, go to solarsphere.events. It's a fun and really just engaging show combining astronomy and music. And what I really want to talk to you about today is the moon and how we can capture the moon. And we're really lucky right now at this point in time because we have the satellite, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, that is constantly orbiting the moon and giving us these beautiful, clear pictures of the entire surface of the moon. We get to see everything in incredible detail. And that's fantastic for knowledge and for understanding what the moon looks like. But let's face it, for us here on Earth, that's not what we see. What we see is the phases of the moon as it moves through the lunar month. We see from the waxing crescent to the first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, third quarter or last quarter, waning crescent, and then the new moon. And the new moon, of course, we can't really see it unless there's an eclipse, in which case, yay, we get to see really fun stuff. So when we go out and we try to look at the moon, we're trying to capture the part of the moon that we can see. Now, I've sent my students out to do this, and I even shared this, I believe, in mid-May at one of our global star parties, where I have them go out and try to sketch a few objects and identify what they are from two phases of the moon. I want to make sure that they can at least identify when the phases are changing. And it really is an amazing activity for them to just get them out under the night sky, looking up at an object that's been with us for our entire human history and well before that. But for our entire human history, the moon has impacted pop culture, it's impacted religion, it's impacted all aspects of our life, right? I do become a werewolf every full moon. I've been told it by my family. I go completely nuts and, of course, very, very hairy. That part doesn't seem to go away, though. So when I get the students out and I get them sketching the entire moon, it's one type of sketching. It's really either naked eye, binocular, small telescope, or even your DSLR camera, but it's trying to capture everything all at once. There's a different side to it when you actually move this into outreach. So one thing I do in outreach sometimes is I'll put up the current phase of the moon, and I'll invite people. I'll give them a little box with a bunch of golf pencils and index cards, and I'll invite them to draw what they see. At the 2018 General Assembly in Ottawa, I believe it was, or 2017 or 2018, they actually set up with a picture of the moon, a large sheet of paper and a camera, and invited people throughout the day to sketch part of that moon. And then they had a time lapse of the moon taking shape with multiple artists, multiple authors. And that was just amazing to see. What we do in outreach when it comes to a full moon is we actually go to the moon and the moonlets, and we look at all the moons of the solar system, and we give them posters to inspire them to try to create their own moon or their own planet even. And so we give them a set of supplies, we give them styrofoam balls, we give them markers, we give them pipe cleaners, we give them anything that can really just draw in their creativity. And especially for youth, we just let them go wild. And they will make the moon that they think that they will see around a planet, whether it's one in our solar system or a moonlet that we haven't quite discovered yet, one that already exists, or something that might be around an a stellar system somewhere out there in space and an exoplanet with its exomoons. So we really encourage their creativity with the Build a Moon project. But once we were starting to do that, and we saw that a lot of people were really entranced by the craters and the seas of our own moon. So we decided to start working on a project with one of our local artists who's a former president of ours, Bettina Forget. Some of you may recognize the name because she's actually the program director for artists in residence at SETI. And what Bettina does is she does crater sketching with a purpose. She did what's called Women with Impact. She sketched every single crater named after a woman, and there's only 30 of them, out of the 1,000+ craters that have been identified and named on the moon, in order to bring light to the point that the women are not represented on the moon. And in this, another thing that came out is a lot of the original astronomers in both the Greek times and the Roman times are recognized, but a lot of the Muslim ones aren't. So we worked with the Aga Khan Museum in Toronto to take the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter pictures of the craters that are identified with Muslim scientists' names and let people sketch them and learn a little bit about those specific scientists. So the way we did this is Bettina did a training session for my students and a few of our RASC volunteers, where she walked us through a process for crater sketching. We then set up a booth outside of the Aga Khan Museum, at the Cosmodome in Montreal, at the Planetarium in Montreal, and we encourage people to try their best to draw the moon and to capture as many details of a crater that they found of interest that they could. So I'm going to walk you through this process a little bit, what I call Crater Sketching 101. And the very first thing you need to do is have pencils. Now, you can just do this with one ordinary pencil and just change the amount of push that you put on the pencil, change how sharp you make the pencil. But it's better to do it with artist pencils, where you have different levels of softness and hardness to the lead. And you can change not just the way in which you draw it in terms of shading versus actually drawing in lines, but you can also use erasers or your finger or a Q-tip to then blend in the colors. Once you've played with the grays, an optional step is to actually frame your targets. When you have an entire crater, sorry, let me just turn off my background here. You can see this. When you have a full crater, there are a lot of ridges and a lot of dynamite valleys and mountains around that crater due to that impact not being on its own, and sometimes due to that impact being incredibly forceful. So what often helps is to take a small circle and actually frame just a small part of that crater, the part that you find of interest that you wish to sketch. So framing the target allows you to focus a little bit more. And the other thing you can do, as you can see here on this target, is you can actually put little artist pointers. And those pointers allow you to cut up your picture yourself into quadrants. Once you've done this, your next step is to outline the larger areas. So not just the shades, the risen areas, the additional craters inside of a larger crater, but even any area that you find of interest, simply outline it. Outline it lightly in case you decide that you want to change it or you decide that you need to erase part of it. But then the shadows get filled in. And here's where our moon gives us a little bit of a bonus, because if you're using the pictures from the LRO, most of them are head on, which makes it very difficult to get any shadows. But if you get ones with shadows, because there's no atmosphere on the moon, those shadows are completely black. So you can take your darkest color gray and just fill it in completely. And that now gives you a reference area for the rest of your drawing. Now you color in the grays and you start with the darker ones, then you go to lighter, or you start with lighter and go to darker, depending on what pops for you. Personally, I make lots of mistakes. So I always start with the lightest ones, because if they turn out they need to be darker, then I can just darken those areas. It's a little bit harder to just go erasing again and again and again. Finally, you draw in the details. And when you draw in the details, the crater's shape really starts to pop. Archimedes is one of my favorite targets, as you could see behind me earlier with my virtual background that I had. What I really love about Archimedes is the crater with the shadow speaks to different people different ways. And so I've got for you two different pictures here drawn during the same event from the same original picture, one of which really captures the coloring and the other really captures the height of the crater walls. And it's a simple difference in terms of what popped from that picture for that particular student. Arzaccio, one of the ones that we used at the Aga Khan Museum and at other places. This is one that people really seem to love to draw because there's so many intricate features inside the crater as well as around the crater. This is one that's used with the targeting circle, and they tried to remove most of their targeting marks from around it so that they had a final product that they could actually walk away with. Now, one of our center members, Nicole Laporte, who's our members liaison, she does this sort of thing right at the telescope. Now, observational astronomers, people who look at the moon with binoculars, you know that that terminator line moves really fast. When you're looking at the shadows on the craters, those change incredibly quickly. So she has a setup with a small set of cards that she uses directly at her small refractor, and she's able to capture some of these craters incredibly quickly. And what she does is kind of the same thing what Bettina was suggesting, is she grabs the larger parts of the actual features and then colors and shades in later once she has those larger parts. That way, even if the terminator moves, she's already sketched out the size of those features. One of my friends in Astro Radio, Rachel Wood, she does pastels on black art paper, and oh my word, do those pastels pop. And she has yet to frame these, but I really think she should, because these are just breathtaking. Now, speaking of breathtaking, Mary McIntyre, who was our speaker on July 31st for our Rask Montreal Center event, she does pastels, but she also does time lapses of her entire process. So if you're interested in learning more about how to do crater sketching, I find her to be one of the best references that I have. So I put her website here for you, marymcintyreastronomy.co.uk. She does not just craters, but she does everything that she does observationally or that she captures in astrophotography. She also sketches. And just recently, she finished a 60-day sketching challenge, a different sketch every day for 60 days. And she captured all of that in a YouTube video. So you can also visit her YouTube channel. Now, if you decide that you want to do a little bit of this crater sketching yourself for outreach, there's a few different things you can do. I went to the LRO website as well as to a couple of textbooks that I work with, and I took really good resolution images of many different craters, and I just had them laminated so that I can put them on the table along with sets of these artist pencils and a whole stack of paper so that they can go ahead and sketch their craters as they wish. We also often put lots of these little targeting circles that we even just cut out as people are sitting there. But the other thing that I really suggest, and I talked to David Eicher about this earlier, is Astronomy Magazine put out moon flashcards. For the moon flashcards, you have 32 craters, ridges, or seas. And all of these cards have on the back all of the information about the crater that that individual is sketching. So now you're not just allowing them to express themselves artistically and to see some of these features, they're learning about the craters that they found interesting. And so these, you take them and you put them in those protective photo sheets or in actually sports card sheets that you can get at hobby shops. And that way they're protected and you can use them again and again and again. And this is a fantastic outreach activity. Scott, that's all I wanted to share tonight. I hope that was enjoyable, and I hope people got some ideas on what you want to do yourself at the telescope or as an outreach activity at your club.
I think people are getting out pencils right now. So
one thing I want to say, sorry, I don't draw. I have never been confident in my drawing ability. I go out of my way not to draw. I did as a kid in school. I did all my life. I sat down to try to draw a crater, and I was amazed with how much detail I could capture. I cannot stress this enough. It doesn't matter what your drawing ability is. You can work your way forward if you find this of interest, but just trying to draw some of these details teaches you about these craters. It teaches you about this process that has transformed our Earth, our moon, the entire solar system. And so really, no matter what your skill level is, no matter what your confidence level is in your drawing, take a pencil in hand, play with some grays, start looking at one thing that you find of interest, and start trying to sketch it out, and you'll surprise yourself. I guarantee you.
Yeah. And if you're doing it at the eyepiece, it makes you a better observer too, because you notice things, tiny details that at first glance, even a long glance, you'll miss. But as you start to assemble your drawing, as you're looking more and more, you'll start to see greater and greater detail. And this not only works for things like craters, but nebula, galaxies, that kind of thing. You'll be really blown away by how much you actually see.
That's exactly it. I couldn't draw a nebula. I couldn't get my head around it. And then I saw that Nicole does it on black paper with colored pencils, and it just makes sense. I can't believe I hadn't thought of it myself earlier.
Well, that's great. That's great. Karim, I promised that I would write down that bit.ly link. Can you show that to us one more time?
Sure. That's for the Townsend?
Yeah.
Yeah. One sec. Sorry about that.
No
There
problem.
we go.
Okay. So HTTPS.
bit.ly/Townsend 2021. And honestly, I've had a few opportunities now to chat with Elizabeth in person or on phone as well as by email, and her communication. I mean, I'm incredibly impressed. And so she's one of the writers for our Sky News magazine, and she's been doing a bunch of public talks. She's also an author. She's written books with both David Williams, the astronaut, as well as a book for the Search for Life on Mars that she co-wrote. And then her own books that she's written on the possibility of time travel. And it's amazing work.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, definitely something you guys will want to sign up for. And if I can make it, I'll be there too. So
fantastic.
Thank you, Karim. Thank you so much. We are going to take a 10-minute break now. So it's time to stretch your legs, maybe get a coffee, grab a sandwich, whatever. And we'll be right back after 10.
This is Scott's 10-minute power nap so that it's not 140 hours straight.
That's right. That's right. I put myself into a short coma, and that's right.
Yep.
That was a great presentation, Karim. Congratulations.
Thank you, Nicolas.
Yeah, excellent work, Karim. So the bar is set extremely high in RASC, so I've got a whole lot of work ahead of me, but I embrace it because I'm here now. So
I showed a couple of your pictures to some of my RASC friends the other night when you sent them to me, and their jaws dropped. They're loving your work.
Well, I appreciate that. If any of them end up on Sky News, it will be a severe honor, but
you have to submit to their photograph of the week. I mean, I even got my solography one on there. So they'll definitely, yours puts mine to shame.
I got to look that. So I just have to look up that website then and figure that out. Cause
I'll send you the link.
And I'll be happy to submit a few images.
What am I saying? Steve will send you the link. He's a RASC Center president. I'm just a lowly public events coordinator.
Yeah, either.
No. I'm not a president. I'm a past president.
That doesn't sound as modest as you think it does.
Well, pleasure meeting you, Steve.
Hello, Adrian. How are you? Where are you located?
I am located near Detroit, Michigan. We'll go there. I'm in southwest half of Michigan. I keep wanting to put my hand up and show you where.
I know what that is.
Yep. So not far from Sarnia. I could have joined the Windsor group or the Windsor Center probably as easily, maybe even a little shorter distance, but I find myself going toward the direction of Sarnia more than I do towards Windsor. So I decided to just join that, and I've in anticipation of being able to get there in person one day, crossing the Blue Water Bridge. So that's the path that I usually take to go get my images I end up heading up north in the Thumb, where the skies begin to get darker as near Lake Huron. So that's one of the typical places that I go to image. After being on a couple of shows here, I was convinced I need to go ahead and join the RASC. So Karim did a wonderful recruitment job, and so did David Levy, and now I'm in the RASC.
Fantastic. Well, glad to have you.
Yeah.
I used to be president of the Mississauga Center. I can't say I did anything glamorous other than help rewrite the bylaws. So that's about it. But I went in for a term, did what I wanted to do, move things forward, and then I stepped back just because of other commitments that I'm involved in. So
and we have a group, Great Lakes Association of Astronomy Clubs, and I'm a member of a few of the clubs. I'm also the president of that organization. It's interesting to see how you all did the astronomy night with people and using screens.
Yeah.
We came to the conclusion that we were just going to do live views like we do through the Star Party here. We wanted to have an in-person event, but we don't have as many club members that are as savvy with sharing their screens as opposed to the eyepiece. So
the big interesting thing was that we used the XYZ for 3 of the telescopes. So 3 of the telescopes, we just put our smartphone right on top of the eyepiece, and that's how we did it.
Yeah. The simple solutions to those sort of that may have worked. So yeah, we discussed it and we said, well, this is the safest way we could do it. Here in Michigan, we were getting a resurgence of cases. So that concerned a few people. So that
I mean, at this point, we did this past weekend with one city in very controlled environment. With a gate at the park and controlled entrance. Everybody signed up. We had a contact list, all of that. Just in case anybody comes down with it, we can do contact tracing. So I'm still sitting here with the list for another week and a half waiting just in case. Yeah. And that's kind of the limitation. And so that's why we don't have another one scheduled at the moment. Our hope is observe the moon night in October, that we can do one more this year. And then if things work out well, then December for the Geminids, we can do another one.
Yeah, that sounds like we did a lot of good preparation for it. So that's something that we would have to do more preparation and account for those. Like you've got the you had that gated entrance, which really helped. We have to account for those that come along that struggle with the idea of the masking. We deal with it, but I know that in the astronomy community, safety is much, safety is very important, as important as just getting out there and viewing the night sky. So we're hoping things move along, because we do miss sharing the night sky with the general public. Part of the reason I do my imaging is, well, here's what you can see if you go out into the night sky. This is what it's like. And it's kind of me observing it for the masses who, we can't observe in mass, or we don't want to observe in mass because of the risks. I go out there and enjoy it.
It's understandable risk. It really is. And what we've been doing with the global star parties and with live streams on Facebook and sharing images, it really does fill the void to some degree. And one of the big things is there's a lot we can do online that we can't do in person, which really does benefit people. The difference, unfortunately, is that when you're not in person, the follow-up questions, you can't always see the people who don't have a voice but have the question. You know what I mean? When we're in person, even covered with masks, looking at people's eyes, you can see the little kid whose eye is popping and he wants to say something, but he doesn't have a voice yet because there's too many other people talking. And so I would send a student close to that person and their parent and say, find out what that question is. And then they would answer the question. And those are the things you can't do online, especially for the youth, because a lot of the youth don't really, like, they're zoomed out from classes last year. They're not attending as much.
No, I would agree. And yeah, so it has changed the way that we share the night sky and share astronomy topics with people, but it also
using archival data from NASA,
I think it also has made us better
found
presenters.
evidence of water vapor in the thin atmosphere of Jupiter's moon, Ganymede. Ganymede is the largest moon in our solar system, larger than Mercury and Pluto, and 3/4 the size of Mars. It's an ice-covered world that may hold more water than all of Earth's oceans combined. But unlike Earth, Ganymede's oceans are below its 100-mile thick, icy crust. Ultraviolet images taken in 1998 and 2010 using Hubble's Space Telescope imaging spectrograph revealed bands of charged particles at Ganymede similar to Earth's polar auroral ovals, the regions that give us our northern and southern lights. But the two observations revealed differences in Ganymede's auroral bands over time. The researchers thought these differences were due to the presence of atomic oxygen, or single oxygen atoms, in Ganymede's atmosphere. Atomic oxygen affects one of the wavelengths of ultraviolet light the scientists were looking at. In 2018, researchers used Hubble's cosmic origin spectrograph to measure the amount of atomic oxygen in Ganymede's atmosphere. They compared the 1998, 2010, and 2018 data. To their surprise, the 2018 data revealed hardly any atomic oxygen in Ganymede's atmosphere. There had to be another explanation for the differences in the aurora images. Ganymede's surface temperature varies widely throughout the day, and around noon, near its equator, it may get warm enough for surface ice to release water molecules. Instead of melting and forming liquid water, the icy surface warms and changes from a solid directly to a gas, a process called sublimation. Looking back at the original images, the team discovered the differences they observed in Ganymede's auroral bands are related to where water vapor would be expected in the moon's atmosphere. Understanding the Jovian system and unraveling its history, from its origins to the possible emergence of habitable environments, will provide us with a better understanding of how gas giant planets and their satellites form and evolve. Along with learning more about Jupiter and its mysterious moon Ganymede, this exciting new discovery has brought us closer to understanding our own place in the universe.
Well, we're back. I hope you had a good 10-minute stretch there, and we are back. I think that we were supposed to have Jerry Hubbell on, but I don't see him, and so up next is John Briggs. John has a PowerPoint presentation he'd like to show, and we're proud to have him back on Global Star Party. It's been a little while. How are things been, John?
Hi there, just fine. And I'm glad to be back. And I have another historical presentation. And I pre-recorded the thing. And I'm sharing it from the vulnerable internet of rural New Mexico. And if it doesn't work, please butt in and let me know. And I'm not that experienced with screen sharing.
When you share it, John, on the left-hand corner, it says share computer sound or something like that. It's a little checkbox.
Yeah.
You want to check that?
Yes. It says optimize screen sharing for video clip. What about that?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. And I don't see.
I think go back and unshare, and then click on the PowerPoint application itself. You'll see when you do it.
Okay.
We all had to go through this.
Yeah, sorry, folks. I'm
No, it's cool. Yeah, unshare your screen, and then you can. Let's see.
stop share. Okay, there
Stop
I go.
share.
Sorry about that.
All right.
So I
Now go
wanna
back into the sharing button, the green share screen button. And
Yeah.
before you commit, you're going to see your PowerPoint application, and you want to click on that, and it'll draw a green box around it, and you'll know that it's highlighted.
Okay. Sorry, I'm moronic at this. Share screen. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, now I guess I just go slideshow
Yeah.
from beginning, and I sure hope it works. Thank you for your patience.
No problem.
Hi, everybody. This is John Briggs speaking from Magdalena, New Mexico. And when I heard our theme this time was moons and moonlets, I wondered, what kind of show and tell have I got at the Astronomical Lyceum that would relate somehow to moons and moonlets? Well, I thought of a few things. Well, we have a lot of books in the collection at the Astronomical Lyceum. And when I think of the history of moons in the solar system, I always think of how Barnard discovered the fifth moon of Jupiter, the first one discovered after Galileo found the first four. So it was quite a big deal when Barnard did that. But Barnard wasn't the only American who discovered early satellites in the solar system. And we recently spoke about Barnard in one of these presentations because Edward Barnard is so famous for his photographic atlas of the Milky Way. We can review that very briefly. Here's the 2-volume atlas, and only about 800 or so copies of it were produced in the 1920s after Barnard's death. But it was revolutionary at the time because no one had seen wide-angle photography of the Milky Way the way Barnard started recording it back around the turn of the century. So it made a big impression. Here's the title page of this famous photographic atlas. And here's what it's like inside this atlas when you open it to a random place. Beautiful black and white photography of the Milky Way, wide-angle photography. And many of the pictures record nebulosity as well. And many of the images recorded what came to be known as dark nebulosity, and these were particularly interesting and mysterious to astronomers. But that's, of course, another story. We spoke a little bit about it before. How did it come to pass that Barnard had the circumstances to create this famous star atlas? Well, part of it had to do with his history as an amateur astronomer, being wonderfully successful discovering comets with his own 5-inch refractor. That led to Barnard getting a job at Lick Observatory when it was very new. Lick was dedicated in 1888, but within just a handful of years at Lick, Barnard discovered the following thing. He discovered Amalthea in 1892, but he didn't see it like this. It was just the ever so faint object very, very near Jupiter, inside, closer to Jupiter than the Galilean moons, but he recognized it as a moon. But this was really well publicized news back then. And Barnard became wonderfully famous because of this discovery. Nobody discovered a moon around Jupiter since Galileo, after all. And Barnard relocated. He got a new job at brand new Yerkes Observatory of University of Chicago with a 40-inch refractor. Now, the observing conditions were not so good at Yerkes Observatory as they had been at Lick Observatory in California with a 36-inch refractor. But Barnard had good resources to do new things at Yerkes, and that's what led to the photographic star atlas. But Amalthea wasn't the first moon discovered by an American astronomer. There were others, like Phobos, who was discovered by Asaph Hall at the United States Naval Observatory with a 26-inch refractor in 1887, August of 1887, as well as another one. Hall also discovered Deimos, Phobos and Deimos, the moons of Mars, meaning fear and terror, the companions of Mars as the god of war. And even long before that, in 1848, Hyperion was discovered as a moon of Saturn by William and George Bond at Harvard College Observatory with the brand new 15-inch refractor imported from Germany that was referred to as the Great Refractor. There were really none larger in the world at that time when the 15-inch was dedicated in 1847. Here's what the 15-inch at Harvard College Observatory looks like today.
Wow.
It's very much as it was when the father and son team of the Bonds used it for Hyperion. Here's what the 26-inch looked like when Hall used it for the discovery of Phobos and Deimos. Telescope is still in use at Washington, D.C., doing speckle interferometry of close double stars, but it's been remounted, so it doesn't really look quite like this anymore. And here, of course, is what the mighty Lick 36-inch refractor looked like when it was new, and it hasn't changed much since its dedication in 1888. This is what Barnard was so happy to finally get his hands on as one of the junior astronomers at Lick, and whereupon, on very short order, he made the monumental discovery of Jupiter's fifth satellite. Now, I think you could make history of astronomy especially interesting if you can personally connect with it somehow. For example, with the discovery of the moons in the solar system, we can aspire to see them ourselves. It's a challenge to see most of these little moons, but certainly possible with the equipment we have access to nowadays. Another thing you can do is, if you have access to an interesting astronomical library, is look up some of the early publications that related to these discoveries. It's simply neat to be able to do that. When Sproul Observatory of Swarthmore College in Pennsylvania shut down a handful of years back, the college very generously gave me most all of the observatory's astronomical library because I simply had a place to put it and preserve it. And among those things included a really wonderful run of U.S. Naval Observatory publications. Now, I had seen a paper among those publications when I shelved this stuff a few years ago relating to the discovery of Phobos and Deimos by Hall. So I thought, why don't I just get that out and share it with folks, because it's pretty neat. I had some trouble finding it. There are many, many volumes in the run. They look something like this. Now, okay, so I opened some up, trying to find it, and I found this. Orbits of Phobos and Deimos. But wait, this isn't right. These are from observations in 1907, way after the discovery by Hall. I had trouble finding this paper. I remembered seeing the discovery paper by Hall, and I thought it would be fun to share that with you. Well, since we just happen to have this paper open, it's kind of interesting to see what these early United States Naval Observatory publications are like. They're printed with fairly big text. They're easy to read. They can be interesting. Things are getting explained here. The astronomer's talking about how he used the filar micrometer eyepiece to make the measurements and all that. It's interesting. By the second page of this paper, though, the text is getting pretty darn mathematical. That's interesting too, but that's not what we're looking for. So I had a little trouble finding what I was looking for, but fortunately I had this. Basically an index, list of publications issued by U.S. Naval Observatory 1845 to 1908. And I looked in there. I was directed to this thick tome. Astronomical and meteorological observations made during the year 1877. And buried in there, in a section, observations made with the 26-inch equatorial, 1877. By the way, look at the top of the page, and look how they're using Roman numerals for the aperture of the telescope. You really review your Roman numerals using an old book like this. There's a table, results of observations for the satellites of Mars. And there's a table for Phobos, the first observation being in August 17th. And down at the bottom, there's the beginning of a table that continued to the second page for Deimos, August 11th. It starts. The thing is, there had never been before observations like this with measuring the position of Phobos and Deimos. But I knew there was a publication with a little bit more fanfare related to the discovery than just these tables. It took me some trouble to find it, but I did find it. It's actually an unbound paper, but interestingly, it's autographed by Daniel Kirkwood, September 23rd, 1878. Kirkwood is for whom University of Illinois named their observatory. And if you study the distribution of asteroids in the solar system, you'll hear something about the Kirkwood Gap having to do with the lack of asteroids in the main belt because of gravitational effects. Kirkwood was a well-known astronomer, specialist in celestial mechanics. But anyway, what's the paper? Observations and orbits of the satellites of Mars with data for ephemerides in 1879 by Asaph Hall. This is it. This is really the more lengthy scientific publication celebrating the discovery of the moons of Mars. So the satellites of Mars, it reads, and it begins in the spring of 1877. The approaching favorable opposition of the planet Mars attracted my attention, and the idea occurred to me of making a careful search with our large Clark refractor for a satellite of this planet. And of course, the narrative goes on. And this is still a relatively formal account of what Hall did. It's not exactly what maybe mainstream media would do today, celebrating a discovery like this, but it was big news. And of course, it was reported in newspapers of the time and all that. But in terms of astronomers reporting it to one another, well, this is a classic from United States Naval Observatory. And it's a lot of fun reading through something like this. So I found what I had remembered shelving a few years ago about the discovery of the moons of Mars. But turns out, also from Swarthmore, our library here got a huge collection of publications of Lick Observatory, Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3. It goes on and on. As Barnard made his discovery in 1892, I thought it would be discussed in these early volumes, but it wasn't. I'm going to have to dig deeper to see how Lick and Barnard formally published the discovery. It was certainly world news at the time. I also tried looking through Barnard's published papers, but even among those looking today, I have not found his discovery publication. But while I was looking for a discovery paper by Barnard, I looked at a lot of other of his papers. Let's just glance at the titles of things that Barnard was publishing around that time. Observations of the planet Jupiter and its satellites during 1890 with the 12-inch equatorial of the Lick Observatory. Note on the first satellite of Jupiter, on the phenomena of transits of the first satellite of Jupiter. Micrometrical measures of the ball and ring system of the planet Saturn and measures of the diameter of his satellite Titan. Now wait a second, thinking about that. I mean, when it's kind of a thrill just to see Titan through a telescope nowadays, right? Generally, it just looks like a star, but when you're using the 36-inch refractor at Lick Observatory, you see Titan as a disk, and the diameter of that disk is measurable. Further, Barnard did things like the second paper, filar micrometer measures of the diameters of the 4 bright satellites of Jupiter made with the 36-inch equatorial. It's quite an impressive thing when you think about it, measuring the diameter of the disks of the Jovian moons and of Saturn's largest moon. But if that were not enough, look at what else Barnard did in those days. He essentially successfully measured the diameters of asteroids, which most of us have only ever perceived as nothing more than stars. That's why we call them asteroids, star-like. But he measured the diameter of Ceres, Pallas, and Vesta visually, in this case with the 40-inch refractor at Yerkes. How did Barnard do things like measure the diameter of Jovian satellites and Titan and even asteroids? Well, it was with a filar micrometer eyepiece, a very elaborate moving crosshair eyepiece with a finely graduated scale for distance and position angle. This example was made by the Alvin Clark and Sons family. The same company that made the one that Barnard often used at Lick. Just a few more things I'd like to show you before we wrap this up. Barnard also studied the surface features on the satellites of Jupiter, like this paper describes, on the forms of the disks of the satellites of Jupiter, as seen with the 36-inch equatorial of Lick Observatory. The sort of thing he was talking about was how a moon of Jupiter, because of its surface features, would appear to change shape as it passed in front of Jupiter. And the contrast effects and various issues you'd have would make for a very confusing picture. He understood what was going on, but he was illustrating the appearance for the sake of just explaining the phenomenon. Here's an illustration from another one of his papers. When I first saw this years ago, it was the illustration down in the lower right that really blew my mind. It's showing superimposed on a band of Jupiter, a moon that has a light equatorial band. It's a small disk within the drawing. In one case, the disk is superimposed on a light Jovian band. In the lower case, the moon is superimposed on a dark disk. So in one case, it looks like there's two spots. In the other case, it looks like there's a bright line. So this is the way the moons of Jupiter can appear to change as they pass in front of Jupiter. Barnard was familiar with these things, so he recorded these things, and he's laying down a challenge for us with good optics and good seeing to repeat some of these remarkable observations when we have a chance today. And of course, in Barnard's papers, there are occasional illustrations like this showing how he could see Saturn with the 36-inch refractor at Lick Observatory. Anyway, my point in this presentation is to simply remind folks the historical literature is out there and it's really fun to explore it. Unfortunately, many libraries, research libraries, are literally throwing publications like these away.
No.
I have these publications because they were given to me, because people were throwing them away. Obviously, for most of us, they're way too cool to allow that to happen. Hey, thanks for your attention tonight. Take care.
That was great, John.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and the presentation came off excellent, and the sound was awesome. So,
yay, hallelujah! I just can't take that for granted. And but I'm with your guidance, I think I'm getting better at screen sharing here and all that. There's one error, at least one small error, because I threw this together today, but I said the Kirkwood Observatory is at University of Illinois, and that is a misstatement. That is a lie. The Kirkwood Observatory is at University of Indiana. Just for the record. But when I try to pull these little presentations together somewhat spontaneously, I find I occasionally misspeak. And that was an example, but no big deal. But thank you for the opportunity for letting me share.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Thanks for coming back on the Global Star Party.
You bet.
Awesome. Good night. All right. Well, up next is Deepti Gautam, a young astronomer from Nepal. She has given many presentations on Global Star Party, and we're proud to have her back tonight. What time is it in Nepal at this point, Deepti?
It's 8:34 a.m.
Okay. All right. So quite a time change from Arkansas, where it's 9:49 here. So in the night, of course. Well, that's wonderful. You have given, Deepti has given great presentations on a wide range of subjects in astronomy, but she's also done some beautiful poetry for us. And so I don't know what she has in store for us tonight, but she assured me that it would be in line with the theme of moons and moonlets tonight. So Deepti, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Scott, and hello everyone. And today I'm talking about is in theme about the moon and moonlets. And as we know, the moon is our natural satellite, and the moon is very slightly scaled and ellipsoid due to the tidal stressing with its long axis displaced 30 degrees from facing the Earth, and due to the gravitational force from the impact basin, or its shape is more elongated than current tidal force can account. And as you know, it is the largest natural satellite in comparable to the. It is the largest natural satellite in the solar system related to the size of its planets, and the fifth largest satellite in the solar system overall, and it's larger than any non-dwarf planet orbiting Earth at an average distance of 840,400 kilometers, or about 30 times Earth diameters, and its gravitational influence slightly lengthens Earth's day is the main driver of the Earth tides. And the moon is classified as a planetary Mars object and differentiated rocky body and lacks any significant atmosphere or hydrosphere or magnetic field. And its surface gravity is about 1/6 of Earth, and Jupiter moon is the only satellite in the solar system known to have higher surface gravity and density. And there are 4 hypotheses of the formation of the moon. That is fission theory, and fission theory suggests that at one point the Earth was spinning so fast that part of the spun off to form the moon. And another theory is capture theory, and another is go acceleration theory, and giant impact hypothesis. And giant impact hypothesis is most accepted theory from these all. And but there's a question: why is it a highly accepted theory, giant impact theory? But as we know, giant impact theory is formed. Prove that it's proposed that the moon formed during the collision between the Earth and other planets object the size of Mars, and the debris from this impact collected in orbit around Earth to form the moon. And talking about the moonlet, and moonlet is a minor moon or minor natural satellites, or minor satellite is a particular small natural satellite orbiting a planet, dwarf planet, or the minor planet. And this one say, is there any moonlets of the moon too? But here is the 3 different types of small moon that have been called moonlets up to now. That is a belt of object embedded in a planetary ring, especially around the Saturn, and such as those is a ring, or yes 2009 yes in the B ring, that is propeller moonlets, and those in the F rings. And occasionally asteroid moon, such is of those of 87 Sylvia, and flashes seen near the Jupiter moon, and that is called Amalthea, that is likely debris ejected from its surface. And such satellites are also called moonlets. And I have okay. And I have been involving outreach programs by taking out this telescope, and I'm planning to try the rocketry. That is, I'm making sugar rocket by the help of powdered sugars and potassium nitrate and MCL or kittiliters.
So Deepti, are you making your own rocket engines? Are you making your did she freeze up here?
Hello.
Hello. You're back.
Yeah. And I'm making a kind of model rockets, but it will fly up to the minimum height, not in the maximum or largest height. But I want to make fly it and attract the peoples and the rocket and what's the field related to it and its important and etc. So I'm planning this all, and today I'm planning to and explore, and I'm planning to make. And today I have got one poem by N.E.T. Atticus, that is A Man in the Moon. Okay. Come hail or rain or sleet or snow, outside is the place I will always go, to look above the sky at night, to tell the moon in Maine my plight. My eldest child will always know the promise I made a long time ago, for if I am near or far away, the moon is the moon will always convey. My love for you will never fade, and every time you glance his way, never remember Dad sent his love your way. And similarly, there is I will bring you the moon, and as you all know, the in the scenario of love or anything, the people's promise to take this moon or anything. Okay, so this story is this poem is related to that. I'll bring you the moon, take it, and you catch the sun, could you? I shall tell you the truth, painful, to remember the night, will you? Dressing off and so kind fizzing, kissing me and so strong holding. I'm a bit sad, listen, all had happened so fast, wildly, I could not understand funny. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepti. Very nice. Yeah. So when you make those rockets, be careful. Okay. It's you know, they can, you know, they can go boom. So be very careful, but that's great. The programs that you're running out there. Deepti,
Yeah,
thank you very
I'm
much.
doing in the guidelines of one brother. He is doing rocketry right now, and I'm taking his guideline.
Yes. Okay. All right. Excellent. Well, up next is Maxi Falieres, and Maxi is now becoming a regular on the Global Star Party. He's down from Argentina, not such a short distance away from Cesar Brollo, but they've become friends. They've known each other for a while, and it's great to have Maxi on the Global Star Party.
Well, Scott, hi everyone. Well, it's good to be back in the GSP. Well, last weekend I was a little sad because the Thursday is our night, so I didn't know what to do that night. So basically, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, well, tonight the subject is about the moon and moonlets, and what I want to talk tonight is some pictures that I took a couple of years and shortly time from now. And let me show you my screen. I want to share some perspective that I saw today. I went to my backyard and wait a second. Here. Well, I think it's okay. Do you see Stellarium?
Yes.
Okay. This is the this night. This is from my sky. This is Arturo, Venus, Spica in Virgo constellation. And this right here is the ISS. Okay, so I knew that this night is what it will be very brightening. So I remember that so the time and went outside, and I see how it starts to move, but when I realized it was passing by very short of the moon. It was very above of my head. Here's Antares, Scorpius, and like we talked with Pekka, Hautala, every time we want to take a 5-minute break to watch the sky. And this is a very good perspective of an International Space Station, our satellite, a natural satellite, of course, and also Jupiter and Saturn. And behind of all of that, I can see Scorpius. This was a very deep kind of see the sky. This is something maybe to get simulated, and of course the ISS was passing by, and yesterday I didn't know that the ISS passed through the moon from my location, and I missed it. You know, I saw the ISS passing coming up, then start to get very less shining and disappear. I tried to take some pictures, but I didn't realize that it was passing up in front of the moon. So I missed
that
it.
would have made a great picture, right?
Yeah, I think. Yesterday it was a very windy night. This weather in this week is very rude. So there will be another next time, I think.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the ISS passed almost 1 hour around the world. So, well, this is a little simulation of what I saw tonight, and I thought it was very good to share with all of you. So, like I say, tonight we're going to talk about some pictures on the moon that I took a couple times ago. I think this was in September last year. This was with my QHY and the F5 telescope that I don't have anymore. It went to some place in Banfield. I think Nico knows that.
Yeah,
But
it's here.
That telescope, it keeps in the friendly association, let's say. So this is taken with that camera and a focal reducer 0.5. And then this is a primary focus. And then I put a Barlow 2X, and then a Barlow 3X and the 2X. This is,
wow.
You can see, this is the region that I want to get zoomed. If you see in the next, it's here, and in the next is here, and then it's here. This is also was with the QHY. I don't know if that night was very, the jet stream was good. I don't remember it. This is another picture in some holidays almost 2 years ago. This is the Atlantic Ocean in the place of Santa Clara del Mar, or Santa Clara or Saint Clair of the Sea, let's say in English. That is a small city behind Mar del Plata, and of course in the looking at the east, I know the moon is when it will come to rising, but you can see there was a thin cloud that I didn't see it, and then I started to see this very orange bubble coming up, and a few minutes later it came this, and then it came this.
Wow, beautiful.
This is a nature picture that I want to take that in the same place. Was the 2 days before. No, 2 days, yes, before, antes, yes. This is a bird of the place. It's like una lechuza.
Yeah.
Yes. And of course, here's the moon very blurred, but I remember in this when I took this picture, I get to the ground like a military and start to shoot to the bird. and, and it was in a tourist place behind the sea, and people passing by through, and this is a crazy man. What he's doing? And I don't care. Let's take pictures. Okay. Another picture, of course, of the moon and also the sun. This was the last sun eclipse. This is the part that we see when the passing through, of course, in front of the sun between us, and of course it can show us the flares and the corona, and it's a unique moment. I think in every GSP I share this kind of pictures because I encourage to everyone that has the possibility to see this. And every time, of course it doesn't happen too often, but if you can see it, please go to see it. It's a unique life moment and a very inspirational smallness moment that
Did we lose Maxi? Maybe. Let's give him a couple of extra seconds here, see if he can come back. Well, I think that we will have to wait for Maxi to come back, and there we go. Okay, all right. Well, overall, Maxi always gives a great presentation, some fantastic astrophotography, and sometimes the internet doesn't always cooperate with us. So, Maxi, are you back?
I think I'm back.
You're back. Okay, let's
I'm
go.
back.
Okay.
No, I think my father is see Netflix or maybe some.
Oh, I see. He's downloading a movie. Yeah.
Yes, and the streaming is killing me bad. Well, let me share the screen again.
Okay.
Because I started. Share. Okay. Did you see the eclipse? I don't.
We did see the eclipse. Yes.
Okay. I say some words of inspiration, but I think it's
no. We heard that this was something that everybody should see, and you were encouraging everybody to go see, a total eclipse of the sun, which I couldn't agree more. It's fantastic. So
it's in a moment that you can explain. It's a moment that you have to feel it, and it will be only yours moment. And I don't know, it's a one lifetime, but if you can see another ones, it helps you to know who you are, where you are, and what's around you and surround us. Well, continuing to the moon, this is a try to take pictures of three-dimensional moon, overexposure and taking single pictures in very short time and with a few kind of second to get the dark part of the moon and see the all the structure. And well, continuing of course of the moons in our solar system, we have some planets that have lots of moons. Of course, Jupiter is one of those, and also Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Mars, and well, Pluto. It doesn't anymore a planet, but has a Carionte, a chariot, I think is in English. Well, this is a picture of Jupiter that it's very often that, of course, of the size of the planet, that the moons, that the Galilean moons, Io, Callisto, Ganymedes, and Europa, passing in front of the surface of the planet, and in that situation, it calls a transit of the moon. And Io, for example, orbits almost 2 days around the planet. Our moon transit almost 28 days. In this case, Io is has an orbit very fast. But Ganymedes, I think, is the most well, I don't know the word. Slow orbit, has the slow orbit.
Okay.
Well, here's another picture of the moon eclipsing, of course, the surface of the planet. And here's a really short animation.
Oh, that's good.
I think this was almost 1 hour. You can see this is, I remember this was Europe, and the shadow that projects above the surface. And here it will comes the great red spot, but I couldn't take it. Here's another picture. I think it was another night that Europa passing through. Here's the great red spot. This was in 2020. And here's a single perspective of our natural satellite, the moon, but a very rare situation that occurs when the moon passes in front of a planet. Maybe it's sometimes it's an occultation of that planet, and sometimes it's a approach. It will get very, very close. This is like a panoramic picture, of course, taken of the border of the moon, and very short distance. It looks like a Mars rising of the horizon of the moon. It's some kind of a perspective that is not a sun, it's not a moon, it's a planet behind, of course, our moon. Well, this is my little presentation talking about the moons, of course, our natural moon. I unfortunately don't have any pictures of Saturn's moon, Titan, and another Encelado, or on another one, but I hope in the future could take some pictures. Well, this is, I want to show you very shortly a briefing work of what I did last days. This was Jupiter. Last night, I almost finished the stacking and some kind of trying to get more more detail maybe 2 hours ago. This is released from the cooking process. The night yesterday was very bad. The transparency was fine, but the jet stream makes the surface and the borders like a bacterium moving or frying egg that we say here. And last weekend I was fighting again, and Nico knows that, with the collimation of my scope, and I think I finally could figure out finally and did some pictures to Lagoon Nebula. This was almost 1.5 hours, taking pictures about 3 minutes at ISO 500. I want to try to take some dark pictures because with my scope, the core of the nebula got very shiny, and it goes very white, and this kind of nebula, in the core, it doesn't see it. So I try to get more detail in that case. This is my last work. I hope the you know what, it will come in a few weeks, I think, from China.
Looking good now.
Okay, so it's traveling right now. I hope maybe in a couple of days, maybe, I don't know, will come here. Maybe when I have it, I will do, if the sky allows me, I will try to do some live work in the most of the GSP and see how it works. So thank you, everyone. I show you again with Scott, and thank you all the audience. I don't know if anyone has a question or something, or you can only find me on Facebook, Maxi Falieres, like this, and also in Instagram. So thank you, everyone.
Max, thank you so much, man. Thank you. Really inspiring image there of the lagoon. Well, up next is Cesar Brollo. Cesar is also from Argentina and has been one of the very first participants on the Global Star Party and still regularly attends. So Cesar, how are you doing tonight?
How are you?
Good.
So I am in the balcony again.
Yes.
Was a mistake because the winter is here yet.
It's cold.
I felt too much confident with this, and it's really a horrible night with mist, fog, if it's possible, altogether, windy. Feel the chill will is really low, but well, I have the moon in a live. It's incredible, but I have something to show you.
Okay.
It's more interesting to see my face, see the moon. And of course that, let me move. Yeah, it's so how the clouds are passing all time, and this is a fog that coming from the river, Rio de la Plata.
I see.
Yes, the bright is so different that really you can see how the gain is put in auto, because it's all time is changing. But
it's interesting because as it fluctuates, you see different details.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I show the moon in a live you say, in a live view to enjoy of the entire group and the people that is watching the GSP tonight. And I'm moving the mount, the EXOS 100 mount with the table, and for centering the moon. And I had last night, this night, I had connected with the computer in serial mode my mount, but in a moment 1 hour ago, I put with the feed the connections, and I turn off my computer, and okay, I reconnect all again, but with in with a Wi-Fi mode, with and starting to use with my Android table, and this is very easy to use, no problem. And like, it's a night that where only you can see in the sky the moon, not another thing. You can see maybe the foggy, how this moving all time come out. It's impossible. Yes, I'm changing all time the exposure. I using a SWO camera, planetary camera. You can see the horrible scene because
yes, but you know it's a live image.
Yeah.
Sometimes when the seeing is so good and everything's just
sure.
perfect.
I remember
it could be a still image. You don't know,
Absolutely,
so.
absolutely. When I remember, Scott, that when we started the GSP, we was lucky to show every night processing Moon and Jupiter. Unfortunately, Jupiter now maybe it's a little impossible to make focus, because you can see the problem that I have with the scene tonight. It's near to impossible. It's okay for the moon, because the moon have enough bright to see and focusing in the sky. Is the easiest and beautiful object that we have in the sky for the people. All time I say that for the people that ask me what type of object I can see, I can show by my telescope to my people that visit me in a barbecue, when you use your telescope in your garden, backyard, say, ever see the moon, because the other things they don't understand what are you show them, and of course the moon is the solution for everyone, because the people say, wow, the moon. If you watch Nebula, come on, they say, what? Maybe they don't see in the place where you can see the image, and they say, okay, I watch only the same star that I watch in the sky. Okay. Yeah, but the moon is inspiring. Is of course that Saturn is incredible with the rings, but the moon ever if you have people that you're a guest, is the best thing to show by a telescope. Of course, in this condition is horrible, but the people say, okay, it's okay.
I think we like it anyways.
Yes. It's a pleasure to return to the GSP.
Yeah, so I just shared the link for weather where you're at in Buenos Aires, and it's looks like it's about 55 degrees Fahrenheit, and foggy. So
absolutely foggy. Is the only thing that you can see the sky now is maybe Antares and the moon, not another thing, because it's clouds that are moving in the sky from the east, from the river. It's something that Maxi don't have problems. Maybe Nicolas, yes, because Nicolas is more, it's really near, it's in the south of the metropolitan area, but it's near to this place. But
yeah, that's why Cesar, I'm suffering like you.
Hi, Nicolas, ¿cómo estás? It's an
Oh,
invasion of Argentinian people.
Yeah, we are taking out.
Yeah, and but here I am only at maybe no more than 700 meters from the river, and the size of this river is like a sea, freshwater sea, of course it's a river, but that have this. When you have a east wind, you have a problem, and cold weather, you have a fog that is really strong. But maybe where is Maxi? Maxi have this problem really later or not? It's different. 200, 300 kilometers to the center, going to the land is another question. But here is
we are in the Pampa, in the wet Pampa.
Yes, you do have another problems with the weather, but I know that here when we have
but you have a few days ago at 3 p.m. You have a lot of fog. That I have a very sunny day, and you will have very, like, you don't see anything. I remember at 3 p.m.
Yeah. This is typically in Buenos Aires. We have at only no more than 2 or 3 kilometers. We have an airport, and many times the planes are going to arrive to Cesar airport, because here is impossible to see something. But it's the situation with this river is normal, that many times you have a surprisingly in a clear night turn fastly to a nightmare like tonight. Because think, Scott, that I was thinking and make a picture of MA, like the picture that I show you that Agustin took.
Sure.
That you watch on Facebook, but I prefer that Agustin present this picture and another ones next week.
Sure.
Because come on, the young people.
Hey, come on, that's right.
Yes, I prefer. And well, you can see many times it's going to disappear. The moon is break again, because all time is passing clouds and clouds. But well, okay, it's something that is a live image, from Buenos Aires, the moon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cesar. Well, we have, of course, more Global Star Party here tonight. And so we go from Argentina up to Canada to Steve Mallia from Ontario Telescope. And Steve is also very active in the amateur astronomy community. He's been president of the Royal Astronomical Society chapter in Toronto, I believe, right?
Oh, Mississauga.
What's that?
In Mississauga.
Mississauga. Okay. All right.
Which is the next city to Toronto, just on the west side.
Toronto. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
And the RASC is a great group too. I mean, they are very enthusiastic. They're large. They have thousands of members, and the group is involved in all aspects of educational outreach and astronomy. So
absolutely. With the RASC stretching from coast to coast, all the way up to the north into the Yukon, where I had a customer there complain because we sent out an email promos and stuff. And he said, I can't use anything that you're selling because it's 24 hours of, of daylight right now. So
right.
I said, how about a solar scope? So
there you go.
But yeah, I know you're right. Like in all aspects of astronomy and outreach and education, and just getting together when we can safely, and observing and sharing common interests and having, speakers and so on. And Scott, like you were our last guest.
Is that seriously true?
Like in a in-person environment.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because I just come from New York. Yep. That trip to New York was the day that they had the first known COVID case in New York. Okay,
right.
And I just left and was up in Toronto and visiting with you, and you were gracious enough to have me go to that meeting. So that was great.
Yeah, it was. I'm glad it worked out the way it did, because it was. You gave a great presentation, and I think you had just did it that day. Seems like a common theme on tonight's program. Everyone doing a last-minute presentation, and actually, I had some nice comments afterwards. That was nice to have.
Oh, that's nice. It was a wonderful
have you
group
there, and to have someone like yourself who has the longevity and the history in the industry come talk to us, and also have just kind of, it was nice to kind of be acknowledged by the industry as well, right? To have someone speaking there, so it was really nice that you're there. But yeah,
Steve, you are one of these industry people yourself, so it's
yeah,
it's you are. I think that if more dealers invested into the amateur astronomical community like you do, Cesar's also one of these people. He's very involved with the amateur astronomy community. He's out there trying to rebuild this facility, this aging astronomical facility down there. And Steve, you've been involved up to your eyeballs in all of this stuff. And I know that your business has gone well, and so I applaud all that. It's great.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, things are definitely going well. Things are busy, involved in a lot of things. I had to quit my job.
Wonderful.
This is a lifetime commitment now. We'll see how it goes. But it's a lot of fun. We've changed a few things here as well. How we're approaching the market and getting information out, and we're offering courses and which I think is a form of outreach as well, right? To share knowledge and knowledge transfer.
Sure.
I've launched Ontario Telescope TV, OntarioTelescope.tv, which is just me on a Saturday morning rambling about something.
Okay.
And it just takes you to a Facebook page with all my videos. But it's something that we're doing here. And it's just more ways of trying to get out there and talk to as many people as we can, to share what knowledge we can share, and hopefully it's absorbed and used in some productive way.
Of course it will.
Right?
Of course it will.
Whether it's someone buying their first telescope, or learning how to align it, versus someone who's looking for something more advanced into astrophotography, the new camera, or they want to automate their system or piece of software or something like that. But that kind of leads me to what I wanted to discuss next. Not necessarily moon related, and just so everybody knows, Scott sent an email out. I replied back, right? It was basically, do you want to join us? I said, I don't really have anything to show except for a few pictures I took recently. He goes, good, you're in. Okay.
You're in, boom.
Here I am. It's been a while. I think the last time I was on was when we did that marathon back in December.
Right. Yeah. So you are the official co-host of Global Star Party. So
right, and that was a lot of fun. But so I've got a few pictures, and I want to show off. I'll share my screen. Why can't I share my screen? There we go. All right. I'm sharing my screen.
Yes.
And this is a rig that I really enjoy using. It's my Explore Scientific IXS 100 with PMC8. And I like to say this is the very first one out there because I pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed.
Yeah,
and
you
finally got them. And,
you got our first G11, okay,
Yep.
I believe, and now this one. So
now this one. And I absolutely love this rig. This is a great portable rig. Has a lot of capability. I don't use a scope on it anymore. I have a couple of other arrangements with it, but I'll show something I did with this. But it's such a great little powerful rig because I can do a lot with it. I love doing wide field astrophotography. Let's see if I can do this better. There we go. I love doing wide field astrophotography, and I'll show the shots I've been taking with this. It's not really working for me the way I hoped. With this rig overall, and one of them, one of the first shots that I took was this. This is the Elephant Trunk Nebula, and I took this over a year ago.
Nice.
It's not working out. So there we go. We'll just keep it like this. Like that. There we go. Gotta love live, right?
Yeah.
This is a shot that I took over a year ago. Actually, this was at the location where they would hold Starfest normally. Unfortunately, Starfest didn't run last year. It didn't run this year because of regulations that we have to follow right now and so on. But I really enjoyed taking this. This was with just a DSLR lens and a Nikon D810A, so I was able to get a lot more of that nebulosity. And then I went on, and this actually I took last week again with the similar setup. I used a different telescope for it, but again, same camera, and again on the IXS 100. And what I love about it is, simple to align it because it's wide field. Your polar alignment doesn't have to be perfect. This has to be really good. And I pointed this up to North American Nebula, and I got this great shot.
It's beautiful.
Of North American Nebula with a pelican and a few other treats in there as well. But I was quite happy with this. I can't actually take all the credit for it. My youngest son, Jaden, who's 12, really wanted to try some imaging. So we set him up with this, and I taught him how to use the ZWO ASI Air, which controlled the mount flawlessly, and my camera as well. And we got this great image. And really, for anyone who's looking to get into astrophotography, wide field's a fantastic way to get into it because, here's an image of Andromeda behind me, right? And again, I took that with the IXS 100 and just the DSLR and lens. With wide field, there's a lot of forgiveness there because you can, your polar alignment doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. It needs to be good. And that because if you start to do the math, I don't really want to get into it because it's really late. But it works out. It really does work out. And this is the one. This is the one I'm most proud of. I took this as well last week, and same location up at the Starfest campground. And this is Cassiopeia. You can see Cassiopeia here. And I was able to, I was surprised by this. I wasn't expecting it, but I got the Heart and Soul Nebula down on the bottom.
Wow.
The Pac-Man, I got into the velocity here. I haven't delved into it to really figure it out. I'm sure if I do a plate solve, it will.
Beautiful colors of the stars.
Yeah, I was really, really, really surprised. And again, using a simple setup, and I got this beautiful, beautiful shot. So, I hope this is encouraging to people that want to get into astrophotography. You don't need to get all this big, heavy equipment. You can, but you don't have to, and you can get something beautiful like this to that just wow yourself. And there's so much in here, and when you start, especially with the DSLR, you don't have to do these big big long 10-minute exposures. These are simple 2-minute and 3-minute exposures. Stack them all up after about an hour. calibrated it with some calibration frames, worked some software magic, and here we go. So, quite happy with that. And the nice thing with this is that it was all done with such a simple mount, but yet powerful also. So that's what I wanted to share. I know it's not anything to do with the moon or
it's all connected.
Yeah,
it's all in space.
It's all connected.
It was nice because the moon was out of the
I could
way
say
with
our
the-
theme is about black holes, and you could show, a solar flare. Okay.
If I can get a
And
picture of a
somehow
solar
it's all
flare,
connected.
if I get a picture of a solar flare, I'll just be ecstatic. But I guess we could say that the moon helped because it wasn't in the way that night, and it allowed me to get these shots.
That's
But,
right. That's the absence of the moon, right?
Yeah, the
So
absence
there you go.
of the moon. But yeah, no, it's interesting because like I love getting into astrophotography and getting into the really deep space objects and getting right in there, right?
Mhm.
And grabbing the detail. But sometimes you get a nice wide field shot like this, and you see the beauty of what else is there in the big picture. Like even this image of Andromeda, it's not big and prominent like you have in some other pictures, which are
But
still
look
fantastic.
at the detail in the dust lanes of that shot.
Yeah, but it's nice to have, you get that detail and then you get to see everything else. And I've seen some great shots similar to this where there's so much detail just in the spaces all around here, right? And that to me, I think is just as much of a challenge and just as fun to do with in astrophotography. And the nice thing is that you don't need to have a lot of really expensive equipment to do it. This is a DSLR, a regular DSLR. It was a Nikon D5600, not modified, just bare bones, right? And 200 millimeter lens, and that's it, right? So you just have to put the time in to get the images, right? I think maybe there's a couple of hours on it, and then learn the software, and then away you go. Great, Scott. Thanks for not giving me a choice and having me on.
That's right. I was going to drag you in, so
yeah. But
it was easy to have you. You just said okay, So I was thrilled. I was happy.
Yeah, but I'm glad that I'm here, and I was able to
thanks.
share.
I know it's late there, so but
okay.
Thanks for coming onto the program, and wish you all the best with Ontario Telescope. I know you're doing a great job there. So
thank you very much. I greatly appreciate that, Scott. I really do.
Yeah, that's great, man. Okay, well, up next is Cameron Gillis with Camstronomy, and then we still have more after that. So, Cam, you got the stage here.
All right, thanks, Scott. Can you all hear me okay?
Yep. Oh,
Yes.
I also want to remind you too that Cameron Gillis has a weekly program with us called Camstronomy, and he's on Wednesdays, and he's been doing a great job with it. So I think you have quite a nice following of people that are learning your sky survey method.
Thanks a lot, Scott. And it's a real honor to be part of this fantastic team here. I love the diverse, all of my predecessors. I must say, Steve, it's great to see that. That's really inspirational. Those pictures that you just showed, right, with the wide field shots. That is awesome. And then Maxi, of course. I mean, fantastic. I love that animation of the, the Jupiter and all that, and just I love that owl picture. I could see why you'd go into the prone position. That was awesome. I would totally. And then Cesar, of course, the moon. I love it. Any live pictures, fantastic. Balcony master. It is really good. Really love it. Love it.
You got
and
a
John,
haircut.
you're yeah, my wife cut my hair last week, so lost a couple pounds there. And then John, I love your narration of digging into the history. That's awesome. That's a really deep appreciation, and I love that. And of course, there's a whole bunch of folks that are our Molly and
Dave
Stella
Eicher,
and
yep.
I of course Dave Eicher, David, and everyone has just been fantastic. And so, with that being said, yeah, I have my weekly show, and I've been in the last couple of weeks here. While we had a little break, we had a little bit of good weather here before the smoke came in Seattle. And I got a couple of new pictures I wanted to share. They're going to be coming into my sky survey as well. But as you know, part of my sky survey journey with everyone here is improving my astrophotography skills. And what I have is, let me just kind of give you a preview of this week. Let me just share my screen. And actually, before I dive into that, I want to, in keeping with the theme of Moonlets, I did want to share a few pictures here. Whoops, not that one. A few pictures of the conjunction. Very, very primitive. This is with the smartphone, December 22nd last year, and I actually got the conjunction, and you can see the 4 moons of Jupiter. A terrible picture as far as there's dust motes, it's out of focus, you can see atmospheric dispersion, but who cares? I mean, this Galileo would be thrilled.
Oh, blown away.
It's a science picture, literally.
Yeah,
you have the biggest giant planet and the second giant planet behind it, and you, like I said before, the perspective of both planets, and in a single picture. It's only science. Sorry.
Yeah, it was just a thrill to be able to be part of that, and at the same time, of course, I was watching you guys do your marathon, and that was amazing. I mean, with all the live pictures around the world, and then even a worse picture I have here, even worse. But the significance of this is you can see Saturn's moon Triton here.
Right.
So you have to blow it out, of course. But you see the artifacts, and it's totally overexposed. But you got all 4 moons of Jupiter and Titan. It's kind of neat. So I thought I'd share that, even though they're not really world class, but it's just neat to be able to capture the moment, and share that. So now, and then I wanted to show you some of the latest pictures that I've got. As you know, I've been working on calibration frames and such. So I've been basically helping with stacking and doing better images. So here's a M13. I blew it up as well, so you can see the noise in the background. But the reason why I thought this was neat is you can very clearly see the propeller distinctly in this shot, and you can see of course the varying colors and the full field of view of the M13 cluster. So, and this is f6. Using the f6.3 reducer on my C8. Mm-hmm. And taking 10-second stacked pictures. This one here, this is Stefan's quintet and 7331. This is the snapshot this is not the picture, this is just the screenshot of my Sky Safari. And then here is the actual image. And you can see 7331, almost like a miniature Andromeda galaxy. You can see some of its neighboring galaxies down here, companions, and here's Stefan's quintet. So I was very happy to be able to capture that in the same field of view, and a pretty flat as well, right? I mean, you can see pretty evenly illuminated, dark, and with minimum post-processing, and able to get some pretty good detail with that. Here's a cute little galaxy. I was just, as I'm doing this sky survey, and part of the reason why I'm doing is to find these little nuggets. And this is a beautiful barred spiral in Pegasus, 7479. And I love the spiral. It's a little bit off. I didn't do a very good job with my flat here, but to be able to get you know, the if I zoom in here, you can see some of the modeling and the spiral arm and the clear bar structure and that kind of a double arm here. It's really nice to be able to kind of find these little nuggets as you're going through exploring the different objects. Here's you know, everyone's very familiar M101, and the reason why I show this picture is this is part of my learning. As you know, I don't have an equatorial mount right now, and even though I'm using flats, one of the things I've discovered is if you this is many hundreds of stacked 10-second exposures. I think it's like 100 or so. What happens is as the field rotates, your calibration, your flat calibration frame is also rotated. So you still have a vignetting effect. So even if you have flats with an altazimuth, if you do live stacking, the field is going to rotate compared to your flat. And so that's going to make this vignetting. But you still get a good detailed, you know, it's a nice picture. If you can ignore the, you know, it's not flat, you get all the nebulosity, some of the nebulae, and so I'm excited. I'm in the queue here to get an IXO, sorry, an Exos 2 with PMC8 with so an equatorial mount. And when I do these pictures again, where I don't have field rotation, you can expect to see much better. And I'm looking forward to sharing those improvements. But this is just a good example of, you know, another limitation of an altazimuth.
Yeah, once you're getting an altaz is really mind blowing. So
yes, thanks. Yeah, and here's M51, same type of thing. You see the vignette. Actually, you see multiple, you know, Starlink satellites coming through. But if this is a zoomed in picture, pretty darn good. You know, a picture of M51, and no post-processing except for, like I said, just live stacking using calibration frames, and basically, yeah, and not bad again with altaz. You know, go to taking 30-second lights. You can see the stars around.
You capture the arms, the nebulosity. It's amazing.
Yeah, you get the arms, and you even get this this little bit of a expulsion from the collision of the galaxies, so the interaction of the galaxies. Oops, sorry. So if you go here, you can start to see it a little bit better, and then even this piece here. So when I get an equatorial, I'll take a longer exposure, and I really am excited to see even more of that intergalactic expulsion, if you will, of the
and
stars.
advice, when you get the equatorial mount, prepare for the polar alignment.
Absolutely, you bet. That's why, you know, I'm going to be practicing a lot here. Even though I might have cloudy nights or whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm going to pretend I'm doing polar alignment, and it will be, yeah, I'm going to have a lot of fun with that. And I'll get that down. Right now, with my go-to, my 3-star alignment, I can be set up in less than 15 minutes, and I'm imaging. So it's pretty good. I keep everything lined up, and I think I can do the same with equatorial. It's probably going to take me an hour the first time, but I'll get better at it. And then this one, I'm really happy with M81. M81, when you see visually, so here's the wider field, and you can see the nice delicate spiral arms, and you can even see some of the dust line. And here's a zoomed in picture. Look at that. I mean, I am so happy, even though there's lots of noise, you know, it's not, that's all, you know, will be improved. And don't forget, this is an uncooled camera. So there's thermal noise there. So I'm fighting with that. But even with that, to be able to pick out this delicate spiral arm structure in M81 really makes me happy. I mean, and because visually, of course, you just see this, and if you're lucky, if you have a larger scope, you can see maybe the dust lane in the center here, and maybe a hint of the spiral arm. But I haven't seen it myself personally. But it's nice to be able to image that. Here's M82. Of course, you have to take M82 if you're taking M81. Mm-hmm. And here's a zoom in of that, and you can see the very clear dust structure that's obstructing the middle here. But I'm again happy. The main thing I'm fighting with is the noise. I can work on that. well, I would probably need to take some more darks at the appropriate temperatures, because right now my darks are just one set, you know, at around 26 degrees Celsius. And obviously I can do better than that, depending on the best way you should do it, of course, is at the same time as you're taking the images, kind of take some darks and process. But I want to do live stacking, so I don't have to do as much post processing. So that's kind of what my ultimate goal is. So I can continue the sky survey and record all this. These will all be folded into my Camstronomy. And here's the final picture. This, of course, with a C8 at f6.3 focal reducer at 1300 millimeter focal length. You're not going to get the whole Andromeda Galaxy. As Molly said, it's 6 full moons. This is probably 1.5 full moons diameter. But what I'm really happy with this image is the multiple layers of dust lane structure you get, including even near the center here and the offset. It's just beautiful to be able to see these patches of dust lanes. And if you zoom in here, there's even a 3D effect on the original image. This is compressed and of course, then it's put into JPEG after the original image. You can start to see even the glow of the central bulge reflecting off of the dark nebulosity, or you can see this kind of reflection here. It's really gives you a nice effect. So very pleasing. So I'm pretty happy. You know, definitely not APOD level, but from a sky survey perspective and the combined image technique, process flow, and sky survey, I'm getting really pleased, and I'm really excited to be able to do the same with equatorial. Because here's another thing I'll say about equatorial again, just another pitch. For those of you who are wondering, you know, sure, you can do good stuff with altazimuth, but the biggest thing with altazimuth versus equatorial, I would say, besides taking longer exposures, is the fact that you can go right on the meridian above you. So you're going through less atmosphere. That's a huge, huge thing. So all the objects that are directly overhead and right over, you really, like right now, Cygnus is directly overhead for me. I can't take any more pictures anymore of Cygnus, for example. I had to take all those like a couple months ago while it was still lower on the horizon and rising with my Altaz. So that kind of limits you, and it also limits what you can do, especially planetary as well. But anyhow, that's that. And then just to end my talk, for tomorrow's Camstronomy, for those of you who are going to tune in or watch the replay, we've done all these objects. We are now, the last constellation we went through was Aquila, and we were looking at a lot of planetary nebula there. And if I look at my deck, we are going to look through Delphinus, Sagitta, and Vulpecula. Those are the 3 constellations, and we're going to go through 16 more pictures, the combination of smartphone and astrocam, and there'll be 10 new objects between those 3 constellations that we'll be going through. So that will be tomorrow's episode. And then after that, we're going to dive into Cygnus, and Cygnus has lots of juicy stuff. So I have a whole arsenal of pictures and stuff to explore. But for now, for tomorrow, we're going to continue up the Milky Way in those 3 constellations. So, and of course, a little sneak peek. The last object we'll look at is the famous Dumbbell Nebula, which I have a nice picture I'll save for tomorrow. So that's it from me. So thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. All right. So we are going to take another 10-minute break, and we'll come back with Nico the Hammer and Pekka Hautala and anyone else that cares to join in the after party. So we'll be back in 10.
Hey, Cameron.
Hey, Maxi. Hey, Cesar.
How's it going?
How are my buddies doing?
Hi,
How
John.
are you? Fine.
Good. All right.
Hola, Maxi.
Yes.
¿Qué haces, César? ¿Cómo va? I'm taking mate.
Sí. With something sweet, something to eat.
Unas masitas.
No, no. It's how does slang change? Cameron, we are talking with Maxi that Maxi is only at 300 kilometers from Buenos Aires, but they call to the cookies, we call it in Buenos Aires, the city and the metropolitan areas, galletitas, which is normal. Cookies, galletitas is okay. We don't know why in the farm area they change and they call it masitas. Why? Because masitas is a dough. It's another thing. It's something like you make the dough to make the
the baker, the bakery
yeah. The baker.
is a very sweet biscuit and a very fine biscuit, and that's what probably is a masa fina, una masa fina o masita.
Yes.
But here we say masita to a cookie, a single cookie, and we have this language fight from metropolitan area.
I love it. Food fight.
Yeah.
Food fight.
Yes,
Food language fight.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just only 300 kilometers and change the words. Come on.
That's the best. That's the best. I love it. I love it.
Hey, Cameron, did you did some planetary pictures with your CWO camera?
Not yet. Not yet. I did try because Jupiter and Saturn are up. I did take a snapshot, but I've just been so preoccupied with deep sky because with the planets, when I did take a picture, I think I have them somewhere. It just, of course, is blown out because I can only go very short exposures, and there's just too much atmospheric dispersion, so it kind of washes out the picture. So the way you have to do it is with a video, like you say, like
Yes,
change the resolution, go with higher sampling rate, and actually take the video and do what do you call lucky imaging, right? I haven't set that up yet. But you're right. I definitely was keen on it. The thing is, the pixel size on the 294 is kind of big, so I'd have to play with the image scale. Maybe use. I would take out my f6.3 focal reducer, for example. Go to the native focal length of 2000, and then I don't have a Barlow, but I'd have to do that eventually. But at least I could do that. And then what I could do is I could play with the back focus probably, and because you don't have to worry about back when you're just taking the image of the planet, you don't need to worry about the field on the edge, so you can zoom in a way, right? You can bring it in, bring your image circle in. So I will probably play with that, but I'm just enjoying having my scope all set up, not having to change the image train, and just bringing outside and it works, right? But when I get another scope, I will be getting another one. I actually have my Mach 102. That is beautiful for planets.
Yes.
The Mach 102 with 1300 focal length is really excellent. And in fact, that was one of the things, Maxi, I was going to do is set up my image train, because it has the adapter, it has native threads on the back, M42 threads, and I can actually screw on the camera directly, and it would work probably pretty well. So I'm going to play with that, but I'll have to take new. I'm just wondering, with planetary, do you need to take flats and stuff? Dark?
No,
you don't really.
but
need that, right?
I don't use that.
Yeah.
When you
That's not a
process,
bad idea.
maybe you will have some dust when you in the sensor if try to clean it, and also if you using a Barlow lens, also you will see the dust motes, and it's very annoying. But
yes,
if you try to, when you start to take the videos and put a place where it doesn't be that dust, it helps you when you stack them, and you will not see it. So it doesn't matter. But when you do the video and you have some dust, now it will be in the stacker and it will be ruin your picture.
Yeah.
Well, and also in the planetary pictures, you must have the rotation process. Is
right.
Because of course Jupiter rotates very fast, and in
10
a
hours,
single
yeah, 10 hours.
in 1 minute it changes a lot, and when you stack most of that minute, and also if you're using a very far focal length, that movement will give you the surface will be blurred for the rotation. So you will have to do more frames to stack in a very short time to get the most lucky images to stack and then process and then do the rotation. It's another kind of astrophotography.
It's different type, yeah. I've been watching a lot of the Christopher Grove.
Yes,
he has a lot of awesome stuff from last year.
What he did yesterday with 2 days ago with Jupiter, he captures the
master
Ganymedes eclipsing Europa at the half, and that shadows was projected in the surface of Jupiter. It was
I didn't see that one. I gotta look for that now that you mentioned it.
Search it.
Okay.
Search it. No,
I'm gonna find that. Thank you. Okay, because he uses a thing he calls it wind jupos or something like that.
Yes,
and it does that derotation for you, and it spreads it does the lucky imaging, and it can figure out the rotation of the cloud belts, and then find the appropriate lucky image. So it's very complicated, but it does all that for you. So the way I see it,
ring. So we have a new analysis of images obtained by Cassini, which are the F ring, but actually even more dynamic than we thought. For the first time, we can see some of the objects about 1 kilometer in diameter. This movie shows the trail of one of the 500 or so tiny objects that we see punching through parts of the F ring. We've highlighted the area where these trails can be seen. These are slow-speed collisions, perhaps just a few meters per second, but they drag these glittering ice particles out of the F ring with them. Cassini scientists have been calling these trails mini-jets. They look tiny because in the full image you're looking along about 10,000 kilometers of the F ring.
Whoa.
There's a little serendipity involved. We're actually concentrating on Prometheus. What we didn't notice at the time was one of these tiny little trails has sort of sneaked into the field of view. But now we've done things a bit more methodically. We've actually looked at about 20,000 images, and we found lots of these little guys, and some of them we just caught in the act. So far we've seen about 500 of these objects in the Cassini images. Some of them may even be the same object. What's important about these images is that these little guys are the missing link. We know what Prometheus does. Prometheus creates channels, ripples, snowballs in the F ring. But what we didn't know is what happened to these snowballs after they were created. We know also that Prometheus can probably destroy some of these things, just like it can create them, and can also change their orbits. But now we've got evidence that some of the little guys actually survive, and they go on to punch through the F ring on their own. Essentially, we're taking our images of the F ring, removing the planet and exaggerating the radial scale. Thanks to Cassini, we can study all this activity on the F ring over time.
Whoa.
Even during the time that Cassini's been at Saturn, the F ring keeps changing. It's the only thing you can rely on in the F ring. Every time you look at it.
About lucky imaging.
Yes, a lot of lucky imaging.
Perfect seeing conditions.
Hey, Pekka, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Hey, Pekka.
Hello, Maxi.
How are you, buddy?
I'm so great, so great.
All right, awesome. Good to hear.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Full
John, you're
power
still
over.
with us. That's nice to see you with us, hanging in there. So
Yeah. Nice to see you, Scott.
yeah, Pekka, great to see you, man. So what's been happening in Stockholm? What is
Really, almost nothing. Or it has been so stone death by the astronomy front. I have tried to get some images with my DSLR for the northern sky, and I could capture without any tracking and with 1 second exposure M81, M82, and they are there, but just to try. But this is a low quality objective. I'm targeting to get an Samyang 135 f2 to winter season, so I can take my star tracker to the inner guard.
Yeah.
And then I can do a good polar alignment and try to get those, and M101 also, because the northern sky is totally new for me. It's unexplored part of sky for me, totally.
Oh wow, okay.
And my life have been changed radically the latest time. So now I will make my bedroom to an observatory room. So it will be like ambient temperature in it.
Okay.
And I have a G5 mount that I can put so low that I can polar alignment.
Okay.
And have it like to the northern skies, so I can make some good images with tracking.
So your scope's going to be mounted inside your room.
Yes, with open window.
With an open window. So like the guy in, it was in Singapore, I believe, who had a telescope set up in his room.
Yeah.
His mount was pushed almost all the way to the wall of the room.
I have to do that as well, because I think the G5 mount, the tripod, is made so you can have it, so 2 of legs are in the front.
Yes.
So I get it that way. I will get it. I think I will get it some little bit closer to the wall, because my polar star is 59 degrees up. So the angle is so narrow to not to hit the upper level of the window.
Yes.
So I have to measure it so close.
Yeah.
To the otherwise I have to buy a pier somehow to get it so close to the wall, so I can reach polar star. That's my plans for northern sky.
Okay.
So there is happening things. I have now one American king size bed there.
Yes.
So I if I put it on the one wall, I maybe have enough, because I will open the window couple of hours, maybe 3 hours before, so it will be like outside.
Sure.
With a big window as a front to the skies, but that's like a kind of a new horizon for me. Completely new stuff are waiting for me.
That's cool.
And that
great. It's an exciting project.
Yeah, that gives me like 40% more sky than I have today. And the light pollution that's light pollution on that side. I only have one skyscraper, but those lights are almost like off at the night time. So that is quite, I can say that that side is portal 6 and the south side is portal 9 or 8. So I will try. I have some spots that I will try to catch M82, M81 and M101. That's the target for this beginning year.
Yeah.
But I have my inner guard that I can put my Star Adventure, and I have a seat. Those park seats.
Yeah.
And I have my porch or stairway, like where you have elevators and stairs, because this is a complex. So I can sit there in the warm, and I can see my mouth, so that nobody steals it. So it's only 5 meters out, and I can sit there inside and watch it. So that's the plans. But right now, stand death. We have so bad weather for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
But you know what? When you set that up, that's awesome. You know what they say, when a door closes, a window opens. There you go. You've opened another window, and you're at 59 degrees north, right?
Yeah.
You're at 59 degrees north.
Yes.
I just checked you out on the map on Stockholm, and that is almost at the Arctic Circle. So you can see, if you have that northern sky, you'll be able to see everything.
Yeah.
Right. So everything they're missing in the summer, even though you have a short night, no night, but in the winter it doesn't matter, because you're going to make up for it. You're going to have awesome. You'll have everything, like you say. You'll be able to see M81, M82, M101, all the good juicy stuff. That's going to be great.
Yeah.
That is cool.
Completely new for me, that part of sky.
Oh, that'll be exciting though.
So
That's
only
great.
for I can try that. Because I can take my mini computer, my mini PC, because it's on a platform. I can put it on my bed and just connect my cameras in that scope. So this will be very exciting fall and coming winter. So let's see.
We'll have to get
how it will turn.
a nice tour of your new observatory.
And and then I get some news from my astro friend. He knew very well the director, or how do you say, of Stockholm's observatory. The main observatory, and we will get a private tour next week.
Great.
And we will see the 60 centimeter and 50 centimeter refractors and everything there. And I will try to make it like a documentary, and I will text it the movie I make for English, so you can see the upcoming events, star party.
Excellent.
I will collect some information about this observatory, and the observatory moved outside Stockholm, very near a sea, because when Stockholm was growing up, the city lights became too bright. So
problem.
Yeah, they moved outside on the very, very near sea, because what I read, where it's sea, like a humidity, it's better skies and lots of less light pollution. But it's because all those control panels are from like 50s, 40s, so they are still there. The original stuff, so that's heavy and nice. So I will make a small documentary over the new Stockholm Observatory.
Yes,
that's cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Love it.
Yeah.
We're waiting for that.
Yeah,
So
we will some evening next week. So probably I can get it done for 2 weeks now.
Number 60.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, number 60, Stockholm Observatory. And then
There you go.
on 3 years, I can make one of Kista Observatory when it's open for public. My apartment, I mean.
Right.
With 2 observatory rooms. Okay, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pekka. Pekka, something that reminded me of some of our conversations was a posting that David Eicher made earlier today.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yes, and he was talking about how we should show appreciation to the sun,
Yeah.
And basically he said, just a reminder, he had this beautiful image of the sun, he said, just a reminder to appreciate the sun today, especially if you have a cloudless sky. Without our neighborhood nuclear fusion reactor just 93 million miles away, we would not be here.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's absolutely right. And it made me think more about the sun and just kind of you and I we've talked about this many times, Pekka, is people's narrow view of the world. We get wrapped up in our, we hear about, some senseless tragedies on the news. We hear, we get caught up in the dramas of our, maybe our daily struggle, and we think that that's our world,
Yeah, exactly.
When in fact, we are, orbiting this star and traveling through space at incredible speeds. I think that I'm often reminded that backyard stargazers and amateur astronomers have, they have a advantage to relieving stress in their lives.
Yes, absolutely.
Right?
We say it is a cable to the ground, but I think it's a cable to the sky.
Yes.
Yes.
Your mind unpressured.
I think.
Well, it's a real connection to nature. I mean, everyone likes to go to camping or go out to parks and enjoy, nature. But this is the ultimate raw nature. I mean, you're looking deep. You're looking
the 99% of the nature.
Yeah, you're looking beyond. So whenever I see, when you're looking through a scope, I just really enjoy it. Like I enjoy, that we have the birding show, for example. That's beautiful. Looking at landscapes through a telescope or binoculars, and now you're looking at nebulae, right, or galaxies. It's the same thing. It's just a different. You're looking deeper. That's all. And microscope, same thing, right? I mean, you're looking in different ways, but it's all you're appreciating nature through different lenses.
That's right.
This is the view of this night, like I showed you before. Here's the moon. Here's a moon halo with because the clouds. But here's Scorpius, Antares.
Oh, okay.
And the tail of the scorpion.
Yeah,
nice.
I don't get to see that.
And also here's Alpha Centauri and Hadar.
Oh yeah.
South. And this is only a very short picture of, I think it was 6 seconds and ISO 400. I put it about a backyard chair and take the picture, and this is what I take. And this is the perspective that I spoken before. Here's the moon. More beyond was the Saturn and Jupiter, and this was my 5 minutes blown mind to reconnect with the nature, basically.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
And also for the
Too
view
much
of
to
the
mention.
halo.
I love to see the moon and the halos like that. You know,
Yeah.
it's,
It was very circular, but I couldn't put it very good the phone because but it was it was a perfect circle and it doesn't was and it wasn't a full moon. This was a gibbous almost.
So now you need a planet, you need Alpha Centauri and the Large Magellanic Cloud, and you have everything in one picture.
Well, the Large
See if you could do that.
Magellanic Cloud is coming up. I think in 2 months. Well, it will be more earlier because it's more from the summer skies here. Now we have it very down to the south above the horizon, and it will very late when comes very up. But yes, I hope take again pictures of that place. And this is my final collimation. I don't know, maybe of course you have a lot of experience in collimation telescope. This is the F4. I was fighting almost from 8 p.m. the Saturday to almost 3 a.m. Let me get more closer.
Okay.
And I couldn't finally put it, and I went to sleep thinking about it and wake up thinking about it, the collimation. And my wife said, "What are you doing?" "I'm still collimation." And
Yep,
I spent almost
two.
Oh my God.
I spent 2 hours more, and I think I can have it, you know, because here's the offset, and
Yes.
I know in the F4 it has to be
Has to have
more
offset.
exactly, and it will be this little more not very circular, but
Right.
here the focuser, you can see it very surrounded with the primary mirror.
Yes.
I was I don't know very relief, and I couldn't try to get with the stars because I have a separation when in the spikes when I get focus, and I was very upset about that, and I couldn't find it. But I think I will not touch it again. But I think now is how can I put it in a good place, and I think it's very centered to the focuser, the space, and this was with my cell phone. I put it the smartphone grab, trying to get a very center of the focuser, and then I connect by USB to my PC, my computer, and I use a program that calls a Droid Cam that allows me to see the camera of the phone in the PC, like a webcam, for example. And I was, with a live view watching and do the adjustment because with my own eye,
Oh, we just lost him.
Yeah, he froze.
Yeah,
He'll come back.
Downloading some Netflix movies.
Collimation is nothing for weak nerve.
Not for the weak.
No, it's not for the. Yeah, exactly. No, I've done my share. I mean, I had an 18-inch Dob, but I can tell you that you can get pretty good at it. What really helps, I must say, what you should have is a laser collimator. If you have a laser collimator, you can do it really not bad. So Maxi, did you use I think you're back now, right?
Yes, I'm back again.
Yeah. So did you try? I know you did everything manually, but did you try consider a laser collimator?
I have one. But that laser collimator, it doesn't help you in the position of the secondary mirror, because it's not like something is collimate an f5 telescope where everything will be going to be a perfect circle, but in the an f4 is completely different.
Yeah.
I'm still from March trying to collimate this scope.
Wow. Well, it might, the thing is, it might be there's lots of factors. I mean, Scott knows a lot more of the mechanics, but, the size of your diagonal and the angle at the diagonal and how it's centered on the spider. What you should have is a dot on the center of your right angle, your diagonal. There should be a dot in the middle, and then you have to have a donut in the middle of your primary. Those have to be perfectly in the middle. Then when you do your collimation, if you center that axis so it goes right down the draw tube, then it's just a matter of rotating each of those, the diagonal and the primary, and that will affect the flatness of the image. You must get that center line perfectly lined first. That's the most important.
I couldn't. I couldn't
go ahead
take it because when I tried to put it very very center, I still have that separation from the offset, and it doesn't was very very perfectly, and my hands was like a worker trying to adjust it.
It's easy to, when you're trying to collimate the secondary and the primary, it's very, very easy to get confused and lost, okay, and all of that. When I first was being taught how to collimate Newtonian telescopes, this was at Meade Instruments, and they put me on the assembly line to collimate a bunch of 10-inch Newtonians.
Whoa.
And, so we had to do 100 10-inch Newtonians that day, and so we started out with the secondary assemblies already put into the tubes, okay? Focusers are already built onto the tubes at this point, but the primary mirror was off, completely off. And the tube assembly was on we just had an assembly to hold the tube, it was like 2 V blocks. And the way that we collimated the secondary is just to look at a white wall, okay?
Yes.
And to adjust the secondary so that the secondary was perfectly round underneath the focuser. Okay?
Yes.
Perfectly round underneath the focuser. And then we looked at the tube itself, okay, just the black inside of the tube against the white wall. So you just had kind of like this white spot, okay? You didn't have another reflection to look at.
Exactly.
Okay? So the whole job of the secondary is just to get all the light from the primary up to the focuser and for that to be centered. So if you get that done, then you can put on your primary again, okay? And just put the primary and you're finished, okay? So, and Maxi, you're correct in that the faster the system is, especially now they have, my God, they have, we have
2.5.
We have a 20-inch f3.6, okay, Newtonian, and it's got a big secondary to capture all that light. But when you have the short focal length, you have a big secondary. And as you drive that secondary down inside the tube, okay, now you've got, okay, think about your cone of light, all right? And if you got a big secondary, that tip, this down here, has to capture the other side, okay? And it's way down, and this is way at the top. So that necessarily makes it offset, okay? And so on a longer focal length, like an f6, f8 Newtonian, you have a much smaller secondary, and now you're starting to get everything like centered up as you described, Cameron, okay? Where everything, the center of that secondary is centered on the center of the primary. When I personally do collimations, I don't like to use the donuts and the dots. You know, I will then I'll get it as close as I can, you know, with maybe like a canister that has a pinhole, okay? So I'm dropping that in like an eyepiece into the focuser. I'm just making sure everything's lined up. Then what I do is I go out on a star and I throw in a medium power eyepiece, throw the image slightly out of focus, collimate it.
Diffraction ring.
Then I go to a higher power eyepiece and then a higher power eyepiece and the most high power eyepiece I have, okay? And I make final touch-ups with the star dead center. And that always does a great job.
Oh yeah, you can't beat that. That's awesome. Oh, I love it.
And that satisfaction afterwards.
I learned how to do this all before, you know, they had laser collimators and all of that.
Yeah.
Of course, the optics was from centuries. but I'm from the amateur, and I didn't even I have Newtonian scopes like 2 years ago. I have the F5 that now has a Nico, and that was very easy. I put the lasers, try to be very circular, and also in that scope I personally changed the focuser because it was the old one that has only 1.25 inches to put the 2 inches fine focuser.
Yeah.
And I was with a little cutter to get very circular in the garage, very homemade, but it fits perfectly and it was very centered and it goes okay. But in this case, with an F4, it changed me the perspective of everything.
It's still consuming you.
No, yes, I searched in English forums, in Cloudy Nights, in I don't know, Astrobeam, in Espacio Profundo, a forum from Argentina, with another one did a very good collimation of the same scope, but I don't have those tools. And you know, in that post it says that it wasn't an 8 inches, it was 7.75 inches. It was a little smaller, that F4, and the center that was marked with the donut, it wasn't centered. It was almost besides. And with I think it has a cat's eye tool to get centered and change it and prepare it, but I don't have those tools. But I think this time goes okay, and I hope with very good conditions to try again with the DCLR.
Yeah, I think actually maybe Scott can confirm this too. I think you can actually. There are multiple points of collimation, but you may not have full field illumination. You can collimate. I think you can still get the full collimation, but then you might be cutting out the cone of light on the edge. That's the only thing, right? Is that fair, Scott? I think you can get collimated. in different places.
But if you're just looking at the reflection of the mirrors, it really throws you off, especially on a set secondary. Okay.
Change you the perspective a lot.
It's easier if you pull the primary mirror off the scope. Okay.
Yeah.
And you just aim it at a white wall. Okay. So you're not looking at all these reflections in there. Okay. There's another tip too that I can give you when you are, especially if you're looking at an out of focus star, is you hold your hand in front of the, let's pretend we get this new shield here. This is Buzz Aldrin's dew shield off of his telescope, so we can.
That's awesome. A master, yeah.
So just pretend there's a spider here, okay, and the focuser's on the side of the tube, okay.
Yes.
When you're looking through the focuser at a star, okay, at high power, you can then put your hand into the field. And as you look at the out of focus star, what you see is a little slice of shadow, okay, where your hand is, okay. So if this, and then what you do is you move your hand around like this, okay, until the shadow comes against the thinnest cross section, because if it's out of collimation, you're going to see that there's a wide band of light and a narrow band of light, okay. Try to put it at the widest or the narrowest in the band, and then what you do is you go, okay, let's say that this is the position. Then what you do is you look back on the back of the Newtonian telescope where the collimation screws are, okay, and your hand will be pointing at one of the collimation screws or between two of the others. So that's the collimation screw that you use to adjust. So you're not like guessing which collimation screw you got.
Exact.
Right?
That's awesome.
That's a perfect tip.
That's a great tip.
It speeds up the whole process really fast. So
like we say here, tenés cancha, Scott. You have a lot of fields that you played. It's like a lot of experience. So tenés cancha. So you play a lot.
Done that.
Any telescope. It works on any telescope. So even on refractors, you can see the shadow of your hand at either coming up to the thickest width of the light or towards the thinnest. On refractors, you don't have the advantage of the shadow of the secondary. And so what you have is you have a bright dot even in the out of focus light, okay? And then you can see the concentric rings, okay?
The airy rings, right?
You see concentric rings. They're
sorry, it's not the diffraction rings, so the
diffraction rings.
Airy rings, yeah.
This is not in focus, this is out of focus. So I've heard them described as Fraunhofer rings, okay? But nevertheless, these are rings that are that occur when you are looking at an out of focus image through a refractive lens, and you also see them on a Newtonian telescope too. But they stand out on a refractor, and then that shows you which screws you have to go to adjust on your refractor. And collimating a refractor is not harder than collimating any other type of telescope, and I think that it helps if you learn how to collimate your scope and not be afraid to get in there and adjust things. Now, if you have an observatory, you can have the telescope collimated. You'll probably never have to touch it again. But if you were like me and I was bouncing with telescopes out, as we're going out into the California deserts on bumpy dirt roads, we would have to collimate our telescopes almost every time. you know.
And I got share a screen. I don't know how many of you have an Smith crashing game, but I thought if Cameron is interested to see this, if you have, if you have seen this collimation chart ever.
I haven't seen that collimation chart, but but I have collimated my Schmidt-Cassegrain, and
it shows because these are the collimation screws.
Yes.
And if you see that is off of there, then you have to screw the screw C.
Right. You go to the screw right directly across from it. That's right.
Yeah, and there is a CCV is counterclockwise. You turn the C screw counterclockwise.
Yes.
And this shows all the collimation, if it's wrong, where is it wrong, and what screw you have to screw, and what direction.
This is true, but on a Schmidt-Cassegrain, both Celestron and Meade Schmidt-Cassegrains, that collimation mechanism is not spring-loaded, okay?
No, isn't it?
It's held in place, so you've got one screw you might be pushing out, okay, or unscrewing.
Yeah.
Because you got to go counterclockwise, but you also have to come in now tighter on the other two. Otherwise, it's loose. The whole.
Oh yes, you have to remember. You have to remember.
Go tighter here, loosen there, tighter. You know.
Okay, it doesn't stand there, and I have not thought about that.
True. This is true. And
give me a Maxo dog. Give me a Maxo dog.
I loosened it up. It looks great now. As soon as you move your scope,
it's off.
Part of the sky. This part of the sky. That secondary rocks. Now, on Schmidt-Cassegrains, like an 8-inch f10 telescope or 10-inch f10, you have an f2 primary. Okay, very, very fast primary.
Yeah.
And then that secondary is a 5-power secondary. Okay. So little tiny moves, you've got, it's magnified 5 times. Okay. Very small adjustments. Okay. And
I got mine almost spot on. So I took a picture with my DSLR,
yes,
and then look at my computer screen and took an this what do you call it? This measurement stick. Measured.
Oh yes, calipers.
Caliber all rings. How much between they are on opposite side?
Yes.
On a fraction of millimeter.
Yes.
So I succeed, but I don't like to do that many times. not on a cold night. And I bought an artificial star, but I have a problem if I have to put it on like 60 yards, at least 50 feet, 60 feet from my my tube, and it has to be on the field. And if I put it on, I have to have somebody who tells me how do I angle the artificial star. And if I leave that there and turn my back, the mount tripod and the artificial star is gone.
Yeah,
probably.
Actually, that's the other thing. Even if you have a high power and you're doing collimation with high power, then as you're collimating, this goes way out, right? It will move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I have to have a friend with the phone or walkie-talkie that I can say that, okay, those have to be lined somehow, because otherwise they're very tiny light beam don't light in my telescope. So let's see. This is the second season I will do that, but it will be fun again.
Yes.
It's like butterflies in my stomach, and it's like my fingernails are almost ready to begin.
So you know what? So we got to have a kit. It would be nice to have like artificial star kit or something like that. For many of us who have cloudy nights, we got new gear, you know, and we want to test out new eyepieces and stuff.
It's
it would be
almost
really
must.
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a very nice thing, because I've done that down my hallway. My hallway, you know, probably it's about 30 feet. Let's say 10 meters, right? 10 meter is enough to get in. You can focus. You can still focus. I focused both my Schmidt Cassegrain and my Maxitov. I was able to get. I made my own artificial star just by making a pinhole through a piece of black paper, and then using an LED light. But it's limited. It's still not diffraction limited, so it can still resolve the pinhole.
Yeah,
so
my artificial star has 5 different sizes of holes. The smallest one is like 50 microns.
Oh, wow.
So it goes from 50 microns to, is it 200 or so? But it's tiny. So
That's
you can, but I haven't used it because I need a friend that holds eye on my tripod. Otherwise it's gone. You have to just walk home and then, where is that star?
Yeah.
And it's for sale. But the next day it's on sale on the magazine.
But I really like Scott's technique, you know, with a Newtonian. That's an awesome way with just with a real star. If you have clear skies, that's the most satisfying, right? It's right there. You're getting the improvement as you see it. So maybe Maxi, you know, hopefully you got some good weather. Try that out. You know, you have the pictures, of course, but why don't you just try it out?
You know, so
I have one Newtonian that I have even touched, and that Newtonian has a really fun story. I was after this Celestron's phone holder.
Yes. Oh yeah, next YZ, yeah.
Yeah, it was sold out everywhere.
Yes.
Nowhere. Yeah. And it was impossible to get hand on. And then I saw an advertising from a Celestron 130 Newtonian with mount.
Yes.
And that one. And I called him, and I was only interested in about the phone holder. No, it's a package. Okay, I have to buy the package. Buy the whole thing to get hand on my So I have, but the mount of it, it's now the mount for my my Star Adventure.
Mm.
And the tube is like, okay, I can show to kids and so on, or make a giveaway to some young beginners that maybe have a mouth or something.
When you are doing pictures, you put it outside and do some observations.
Yeah, I haven't used it yet. So I have to try. It could be some good for some lunar imaging and so on.
Mm-hmm.
But we have had so bad weather, so. But you know, when you have clear sky, you don't start to test some equipment that don't. You use those minutes you have clear sky for real stuff, and collect some important photons and observation and so on. So it's hard to make like play around. So every single clear sky is like it's planned. in ahead. When I make my weather reports, okay, that evening is like booked with red.
Without moon.
Yeah,
Without moon,
all door locked and phone off and flight mode. So
yeah. I searched the tracking of the camera, and now is on the way, and went out from the center of Anchorage, Alaska. So it's in America continent, and I hope this weekend maybe we'll come to Argentina.
So you knew
1 month I buy it.
Was it a 294 or?
No, the 533, the 533.
Oh,
so I will try maybe to get Galaxies and the F4, but I also maybe will need in the future a very short, maybe an apochromatic refractor, because I like some medium pictures, maybe of entire of Orion or Rosetta Nebula, and that camera maybe for the size of the sensor get me very soon with the F4. So maybe with a very short telescope in the future and another mount will be great.
What Maxi? It looks like it's is it an 8-inch or 10-inch f4? What is the size?
I think it's 8 inches, but for the post that I saw a couple of days ago with the cat's eye platform to calculate the size of the mirror, the primary mirror, size it was 7.75 inches.
Yeah, that sounds, it looks like that. I was just looking at that, just when you had your smartphone picture there of the down the tube, it looked like around that size. So that makes sense. That would be good. You with that focal ratio, you're gonna have good wide field and bright. Yeah, I can see why you want to collimate that, because when you do the imaging, right? Then so you might have to.
You want to see the spikes very flashing, but when you see double spike, what the heck? What's going on? Well, that's collimation. Probably.
Exactly. Yeah. Actually, the spider in that case, maybe the spider is not perpendicular, right? Perfectly perpendicular. That could be the why you have the double spike.
When you turn the screws, maybe
it rotates it. Yeah.
So you have to put it very horizontally. So okay, let's see what happens in a couple of days.
This is an ongoing saga. I like it, Maxi. Good project. So you have a good. Pekka has a good project on the observatory with the northern sky. I love that. And then Maxi, you have the high speed, and then I have an equatorial mount I need to get.
Well, I will need maybe to model in the future. I will buy an Exos 100 or something, because I need a very weight equipment. I buy it, but I sold it to Nico the AQ5 with the F5 telescope. So maybe in the future to go to a farm place or to Alberti or another place. I don't know if I will go to the this mount because it's very heavy, and I maybe I don't know, next year I will think about it.
Yeah, I mean, look at Maxi and Steve Mallia. They use the Exos 100. That's a beautiful mount. I mean,
yes.
I'm even though I'm getting the Exos 2 initially, I'm thinking of even getting an Exos 100 too, because that having a lighter mount and having that parallel, it's very slick. It's very
True,
nice.
yes, that's
when you do
one
a
thing
trip,
also.
when you do a trip, it helps you a lot.
And then you need the G11. You need them all. Because when you get the C14, yeah.
Exos 2. Exactly.
Yeah, Exos 2. Yeah,
Guys, I do have one really of my topics, what I have thought connection with universe. That's my topic. So why don't I have one? I do have one. What I have thought that how we could compare astronomers, how we see the universe compared to people that don't see it like we do, is a paddle mail. A paddle with a letter. Okay, somebody found it after 20 years. It will be almost world news. It is a huge thing that somebody found a paddle with a note. Okay, that's a huge thing locally, country-wise. But when we see a comet that has been on its way like million years, flies by, go around sun, and nobody says nothing.
Yes.
Yes.
Sometimes, sometimes the news, the media doesn't present things in a way that, you know, really gives weight to the importance of what it really is, you know.
Yeah.
This happens a lot. And over the years, I have seen the media get better and better, okay?
Yeah.
Accuracy of things and presenting things. But there's a gentleman, his name is Phil Plait. You probably have heard of him. He's also called I think he has a site called Bad Astronomy. And so he critiques movies and news media and anything that's pretty much put out there, and it gives the, you know, from a scientist's point of view, you know, he fact checks, you know, what's put out there. And there's sometimes the information that's put out there about astronomical events are quite bad, you know, so.
Yeah.
I think it's everywhere, unfortunately.
That's right.
I think that normal people, they feel their safety. Smaller the area they are involved, their safety, they feel them. Because I have found that in the news and the reaction of things, that if something small happens near, to get people to know same fear, wonder, or of any kind of emotion, it has to double or triple or 10 times or 1,000 times the longer distance that happens. So if we have a earth shake or something in Sweden, to get hurt about that, the same reaction that I have, the same reaction has to be 10,000 deaths in China.
Yeah.
So the distance makes
it disconnect.
Yeah, it has to be larger amount, something.
We don't. This is the problem of boundaries and the separateness of things that humans do. You know, we separate everything. We separate our roads. We separate our neighborhoods. Even if you work for the same company, but if you're in two different buildings, okay,
yes, that's two different
building feel that
that
they're somehow a little bit better sometimes than the people in the other building.
Exactly. And I think that
many times, that, you know, even on a small basis, you know.
And I think, Scott, that ours devolve, we say,
Yeah.
the sphere we see. So many things, many people are thinking that is a cupole, it's a sphere.
Yes.
That everything stops there, but they can't tell how far that is. It's very near or very far away.
Right.
But that is there, but they don't think that it don't stop there. It continues.
It stops there. It's really just the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So it's
and there is nothing to compare with, like I like to teach my nearest think how I think, but it's hard to. You have to have a key first to open their mind, that they can think freely and not like they use in the box.
Yes,
it has to be walls.
My analogy is actually filters. I mean, it's really different layers of filters, right? We all have filters on, and you build filters as you get experience, as you grow up, based on your social environment and all that, and that affects your filters, right? And that when you have those filters on, say wearing a set of glasses, and it's the same as our astronomy. When we do light pollution, it's a filter. You're creating another filter to prevent you from seeing certain things.
Yeah.
And so to your analogy, when people look at the message in the bottle or the media covers a certain thing, it's because certain filters, they're attracted to the money filter, right?
Yeah.
The money, whatever gives the most money. And it's like, okay, the money filter is very powerful.
Yes.
And it biases a lot of people, and it automatically cuts off certain things that would be really like nature, which is free, right?
Exactly.
And then people ignore. They might even ignore beautiful sights in the sky, like even a sunset. People take it for granted, right? There's only so many sunsets we can witness in our
They
life,
don't give
right?
the importance that it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. And so everyone talks about this.
The sky doesn't give any value to their lives, so that's not important.
Yeah, take it for granted. But
yeah,
my wife and I, we went for a walk, the other day, and you see the leaves, in the fall, right?
Yeah.
And you start thinking, we're getting older now, and we say, we're only going to see these leaves, these colors of the leaves, maybe 30 more times in our life, for example.
Right.
And when you put it in that perspective, you really want to appreciate whatever you can see.
Yeah, you're framing your perspective when you do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the prospect of people being able to fly into space as a tourist, okay, I think that I think it's pretty important, because
I think so too.
If the people that have astronauts that have gone into space, they get that overview effect, where they're looking at this planet as if it's this living thing, a single living thing, and they don't see the borders anymore. They don't see.
Yes, that's what I would say.
See, it's this beautiful blue orb that's out there, and amongst is a vast darkness.
Yeah,
and
that's only floating there.
Floating.
Yeah, and many of astronauts, they became directly after first step on the Earth, they came like protectors of the Earth.
Yes,
they just turned it around and became to protect the Earth. And I think everybody of us, because I saw a documentary how we treat our trees, and that's our Earth natural producer of rain and
oxygen
and
yeah.
taking off the cold oxide and so on. So
yeah, we have.
It's too much for one, but one cannot do everything, but everyone can do something.
That's true. That's true.
And it's
even discussing it is
exactly
very important because not only in our own minds, but people that hear us, they may feel, oh, it's a little strange, or they've gotten a little cuckoo or whatever from looking at the stars. But the thing is that when you start to put some of the pieces together of where we are in the universe, and start to understand the vastness of the universe, distance, the scales of things, and all the rest of that, it starts to, I notice with many people, they come out at a star party, people have never observed it before, but they're out there maybe with you, an experienced observer, and you start to tell them, okay, yeah, you're looking at this globular star cluster, and there's 500,000 stars in what looks like that snowball of stars,
Yeah.
And it's 30,000 light years away, and you're looking back into time. And by the way, we're moving through space at incredible speeds. And, now they start to feel humble, because now they realize how physically small they are,
Yeah.
I've heard many different kinds of reactions from people when I do astronomy outreach. One of them is the effect of someone feeling very humble, very small. Another one is people that become afraid. They'll see like they're streaking across the sky, and it's very possible we could be hit by a large asteroid at some time, and that would be the end of most of life on the surface of the earth.
Yeah.
So that's but there's this life deep in the earth that
the sea world is another world.
The impactor that took out the dinosaurs, just utterly destroyed the surface of the earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are.
And I think that's that overview effect you're talking about when you even when we look at other planets and kind of putting in David Eicher's geological view, the molecules that make up life and make up minerals are very complex.
Yes.
Gold and all the heavier elements that were made out of stardust, right, and explode very special events. And when you see them concentrated in these rocks, it's like it's already a special gem. It's like, you found, when you look at Jupiter, you look at Mars, it's like this is a diamond, right? It's like a very rare and precious entity. And then when you look back at Earth and you have life on it, on top of it all,
right?
It's like, wow, what a beautiful thing. You look at it as a whole system, and it's like, wow. And then that's why we want to look for life outside of our solar system, right? And because we want to look for those gems, right? It's a very special thing. Even though life on the universal scale might be abundant in the universe, it's not so abundant that you can just see it next door, right? Otherwise we would have found it by now. It's abundant, but the distances are so vast. So when you do look, it's the same as when I'm doing my survey. When you discover a different shaped galaxy, or different feature on a planet or whatever, it's so exciting to discover that unique thing, right? It's just thrilling, and it's nice when more and more people start to get that appreciation. And I think that as more and more people get exposed to that, and I think with our today's technology, it's becoming more and more possible that people will start to gain that appreciation more. I mean, even the fact that so many people have smartphones now, look at how much that's changed things. I mean, people are taking pictures of all. I've never seen so many pictures of bolids, you know, and you see them constantly now. It's like, oh yeah, you know, somewhere in Russia or somewhere in Northern Europe or
cars in Russia that captured, you know, that small asteroid that plunged into ice, you know, so.
Yeah, we're just, and this only happened recently, right? I mean, it's
this is not happened at any other time in humanity, right? So
exactly, yeah, but it's a common thing, right? It's just we now have the cameras and surveillance, if you will, and that turns into consciousness. I think more people, it becomes more, the media will cover it, people will start to talk about it. And then they start thinking, yeah, you know, there's more than just our country or whatever, you know, our borders. We have, there's a whole universe out there that's happening.
Remember, the next year will be in orbit the James Webb Telescope.
Oh man,
that will give us
awesome.
a huge perspective of the universe.
Gosh, yes. Oh yeah. Yeah, first light on that baby is going to be, whew, that's going to be.
I wondering how they will collimate the telescope.
yeah, if they have a problem like they did with the Hubble, then it's like, oh my gosh.
Small space debris
maybe
collides.
Maybe they will call you to collimate the scope.
Yeah, just remove the primer. Yeah. No, it's going to be awesome, Maxi. I mean, that James Webb is, yeah, it's a whole, literally orders of magnitude more than the Hubble. It's going to be groundbreaking. Yeah,
I think
it's going to be major.
And I hope to be there will be a new era of perspective of the universe. I think from my point of view.
I believe the more outreach that we do in astronomy, that you're waking up people.
Yes.
Step.
Yes.
You know, little by little, and you know, I believe it does help. I believe it does help. I think it makes people get a new perspective that reframes what it means to be alive in this world and what you're supposed to do, you know.
I was just in you said that, Scott, I was thinking that we do also have a small responsibility, each of us, to show if I see some smallest interest, I have to pick up directly and make it true for those that they can see or ask questions.
That's
because I got that by myself, like reading. The interest was there already, but I didn't know how to get that information. So I sat in library and read like 8 years old, and it has been there since this. It can pure there a little bit, and I'm not like effective like today, and this gonna be a huge fire for me. So you more I get, more I want to give of it.
Yeah, but I think the responsibility, the key part of the responsibility is, you know, be scientific about it and you know, say what you know and what you don't know, right? I mean, there's things that we don't profess that you know, don't BS basically, and just gain a trust, right? Gain a trust
and say level that they understand.
We are giving the first steps of knowing the astronomy in the human history. We have almost 500 years ago maybe less with Galileo, then Copernico, then Newton, but now in this almost maybe 70 years, the aerospatial the spatial race of United States and Russia, and the land of the moon, and it goes exponentially. The knowledge that every year is going. If you put it in a graphic, it's going exponentially. Yes, up the information. All you have to do, you have your phone that you are a few clicks to get that information.
Yes,
and
very
that's
powerful. Very powerful.
It's very powerful, and we are not prepared for that, and we are continuing, and the next generation, it will be more advanced. I don't know. I hope to see it in the next maybe 100 years, but I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But in this past 20 years, the technology changed a lot. No. And I grew up with the cassettes, the VHS movies, and now you have streaming online, and you see every time you want, and all that do the science. It's all
exactly
from the science.
Yes.
And everything that you have today in your home is for science.
Science, that's right.
Yeah, and it's built on trust. We trust stuff.
They turn on a light switch. Of course the light's going to come on. They don't know how
exactly
it really comes on. But
the conditionary air to acclimate your room. It's science. It's nitrogen, put and we compress it and everything, but it's only science. I don't know what will happen in the next 10 years. In this real, it's I think, well, in 10 years ago, I remember, 10 years ago, I sell cell phones in a store, a little store in the Walmart. And I remember when we have in that time the phones that open with the tape.
Flip phones, yes.
And then start to come the phone when you touch the screen was the new, finally of 2009 or 2010. I remember the Samsung, the LG, and everyone was, you can touch the screen and comes the application and everything.
Maxi,
and now, yes.
I was.
I remember.
I was working at Ericsson when we built that first ever smartphone. It was Ericsson 380E.
Yep. With a little flip. Yeah, those are awesome.
I was on that project as project administrator, so I can tell you a lot of that phone.
And I was while Pekka was doing that, I was at Nokia. Nokia and I remember going to China, and Scott, you might appreciate this. In the early 2000s in China, they were all bragging about the tiny phones. They always had the.
People would look so tiny.
You would look at these larger phones like the BlackBerry and stuff, and you bring them over from America, and they'd look at you, it's like they'd laugh at you, it's like ha ha ha, right? And now they had these tiny ones, right? Now they have these massive screens, and it's like it's all the Xiaomi and Huawei, and they're all these massive screen tablet things. It's really funny to see that because of the touchscreen technology. It's incredible, right? I mean, it's
and the nanotechnology. The nanotechnology
Yes.
helps a lot of that.
And younger people are learning how to use that technology. My grandsons, at age 2 and 3 years old, could navigate my daughter's iPhone to find YouTube and then to find their favorite cartoon.
Well, my nephew is in September will be birth 2 years, and every time they take the phone of my mother, her grandmother, and start to unblock, and then start to enter to take the
Yes.
numbers and everything. And 10 years ago,
I remember-
it was very like this, very
Yes.
and then
There was
they don't care.
There was a pivot point. There was a pivot point when the technology was not friendly. It was not friendly at all. You had to be trained on it, and you had to learn all the ways, But then all of a sudden you have these tablets, and like you say, I go to the airport and you see grandma, using a tablet, and you see a kid, 2-year-old toddler using a tablet, and I'm thinking, wow, now you have this super advanced technology, but yet it's built so that humans can use it very easily, right? Which is a change. It's a big shift, paradigm shift in the way it was developing in the past.
Scott, Cameron, when we built up that first smartphone 380 Ericsson, there was a rumor that something called Bluetooth is ongoing.
And that time was infrared. Infrared connection.
And nobody at Ericsson did know exactly what that meant, but it was some kind of radio protocol. And then they one of the project leaders got an issue for that he has to look for that if we can implement it already, because but that was on the stage for developing the Bluetooth. But when I heard about that first time, where we were, what? Like any equipment could connect to each other.
Yes.
That was like Smithy Cassegrain at Galileo time.
A couple of days ago, I was talking with a friend, and I say the word, if you rewind it, here is rebobinar, and that word I use it when I saw movies in the VHS movies, or in the cassette when I play music. The word rewind. Now I think it doesn't, here in Argentina, it doesn't exist anymore. Put it back. Put it again. No, rewind it.
What we can do already today, because almost every young have this latest phone, because they have to have iPhone 12 and so on, and they have that incredible cameras on those already. So they have
you have to train them how to use it for
you
astronomy.
have all of here.
Yes, but you can take that young with you at afternoon, wintertime, at 5 p.m. and show them what their phone can do, only to get it stable somewhere and take a 5-10 seconds exposure from something like Orion Nebula and show them this is what you can do only with your phone.
Yes.
And they would be, wow, that could be a spark of something big.
Yes.
Just to take them outside and let them use their phone to take the first light. And they could
science.
Science.
You know,
Exactly.
here's an interesting. You know, even the constellation apps, right? I mean, this is a really funny one. I was looking at some mugs that have the horoscope, right? The astrology signs, and it was like, oh yeah, what astrology sign are you? Okay, I'm whatever. And then I actually used whatever, it was Virgo, I think, and I actually used the astronomy app to find out when the sun is actually in the constellation. And guess what I discovered scientifically? And you guys know this. This is a good fact for us all to know. Is the astrology that everyone uses today with Cancer and all that, the 12 constellations, actually is based on Babylonian time, 5,000 years ago. And there was a shift. There's a shift in the where the sun is. It actually goes through Ophiuchus.
Exactly.
Now,
the 13.
Ophiuchus is actually another one. And all of the constellations are shifted by basically one. So, we used to be Pisces, but now I am the next one. So I'm not Pisces anymore. I forgot what it was. And I found that out by looking at Sky Safari. And then I did some research, and it was like, so this is the cool part, the science, where the self-discovery. And this is what, what we're talking about here is as you give the technology and you teach people how to use it and how to learn for themselves.
Yeah.
And they go through that astronomy journey where, like you say, they take their own pictures or they do their own sky search and go see a solar eclipse or whatever, right? Or comet or the comet or a meteor shower. When they can have all that and they can self-teach, it really makes a difference, I think, for society and for people, because for them to be able to do that themselves, it makes us much healthier and much more connected to the universe.
I have read that astronomy became from astrology because some for a long time ago saw that there is actually some kind of upcoming events, and the astrology and astronomy went apart some for long time ago.
Right. Here I have the book that wrote my professor of physics, Armando Santanel. It calls Astronomía de la Tierra al Cosmos, Astronomy from the Earth to the Cosmos. This is what the book, and in the page 206 talks about what we are talking about right now, the pseudoscience. And here is a graphic. I don't know. Well, it says the constellation, for example, and the period and the number of the days that has that sign, that constellation. And here names of Yuko and between Scorpio and Sagittarius. And Ofiuco goes the 29th of November to the 15th of December. It's only 70 days. So basically that changed a lot of the point of view of the astrology, and the people that do astrology they don't care about Ophiuchus. They because
Yeah.
they don't match the predictions that they do. So that's why, well, for science, comes down the prediction. Well, there's a lot of huge difference between the knowledge and the believe it.
Yeah.
Or believe it.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
But yeah, that was really, really nice talk.
I think our viewers have, many of them have already called it a night.
I think so.
Yes.
We had to do this with a beer together. I think maybe in the future we'll be getting concert and do a podcast live stream.
Yeah.
In a very huge table and talking about things, astronomy, and everything. That will be.
Guys, I can tell you that if the first sight of Milky Way will give me the same emotions that I saw in my dream, that I was taken to a hill, that the one big tree hide the sky, and the first I saw there were Magellan clouds through the tree, and then I was moved beside the tree, and on the hill, the whole Milky Way was like 40 degrees wide, and the whole sky, and the emotion was so powerful that I woke up.
You mean like what's behind Maxi right now?
It was like it was a dream, but it was so powerful, the emotion in my body, that it wake me up.
That's awesome.
So now I have to see it. Now I just need to see it.
You will, Pekka, you will. Yes, all in the good
come to Argentina.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
here are almost 3 a.m.
Oh, it's
it's time to say good night, guys.
7:30 here. So morning coffee, guys.
Yeah.
All righty.
It will be hard for me when I got back to job, so I have to continue in the office. Let's see.
Well, it's great to have these again. Good to have you back, Scott. And we missed you and missed our chats, but we made up for it tonight, and we're back on track. So this is awesome.
I hope you enjoying your holidays.
Yes.
And hope this was the first and last week we have to be without.
Withdrawal. Yeah. No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
Right. Well, guys, thank you so much. And
you,
we've got the programming is going to be different towards the end of the week because we're doing the Astronomical League convention. So that's an almost whole day broadcast. It actually starts at about 3 p.m. and goes until, I don't know, 11 at night, something like that. So it should be really good. They got a great lineup of speakers, and so it'll be something you'll want to watch. On tomorrow, Cameron, we are going to be broadcasting a little bit early. Okay, so but we'll get in touch with you about that. So.
Yeah, Kent already reached out to me. I'm good.
Okay.
I think your window is from 1 to 3:30 max, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Or no, that was my time. Sorry. Yeah, it was Central Time. I think you were 3 to 4:30. Sorry, 3 to 4:30 is the window for the show, right?
You know,
yeah.
I think we need like in the NASA headquarters, all the clocks of the different signs to see. Oh no, that's camera. No, that's the speaker.
Exactly.
I already
I'll put a
have.
clock here. Yeah. Yeah.
Have that, right?
Hey, yeah. Here's mine. Here's just a minute. Here we go. There's mine. Oh, where is it? I get it lined up.
Mine's on my phone here. My iPhone's got world time.
I have this.
Oh, there we go. Yeah,
I have mine
10:42. See, so there you go.
Different.
That's a. There you go. Oh, cool.
Different countries.
I see
Central time in mind.
I see the clock hidden the sidebar of the menu, and I do the math. Oh, Scott has 2 hours less. Oh, but Cameron has more. No, but Pekka has.
That's right.
By the way, guys, Swedish Astronomical Association, which I am a member of, we will have a live broadcast to our members on from La Palma Observatory in Gran Canaria, and 25th of August.
Excellent.
Next week.
Thanks for the heads up.
Next Monday, right?
No, Wednesday.
No, Wednesday. No.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they will, because of the COVID, they have decided to make this big event for us in Sweden to from observatory from La Palma. It's virtual. So
excellent. Oh,
I will,
super cool.
I can see if I can record it somehow and show parts of it on, because I think it will be in English.
Okay.
But let's see. I can try to record and make a short.
You know,
do whatever
my wife, when she has to do a study in class with Zoom program, she used an add-on in Google Chrome that records the session and then download it, and well, then she will see it again if she has some doubts or everything. Maybe in YouTube, if you search it, it will help you.
Yeah, but I have screen recorders.
So
I put on the screen recorder, and if it's in Swedish, I have a text editor, so I can put an text in the movie.
Excellent.
Yeah. Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Wow. Professional. Nice.
No, I haven't tried them yet. Remember, I have them, but I haven't used them yet.
Pekka Hautala, astronomer and producer.
Yeah.
There you go.
Texting Pekka.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Scott.
And
great show. Great show.
It was
good. It's good to be back.
Soon, I think soon those who are main participating in Star Party, they will want to be in the after party instead.
Yes.
Because all the fun happens here.
That's true. That's right.
So we have only an after party.
When we're all together, for sure, that's going to happen. Yeah, we're going
to.
After party then.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good one.
Good night.
Audience.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Take care.
Bye-bye.